real big splash into the scene.
True. Well, this is actually going to lock us into our next match here. It's going to be Not Enough Damage, who is another double down player rocking the Braum, but it is going to be the Yasuo on the other side. So for anybody that does not know, Not Enough Damage, long time, very high level Marvel 3 player, as well as Guilty Gear Strive Potemkin.
Yes. Yeah, definitely one of those guys who loves those big body characters, and Braum is a perfect fit for him. But I do also really like the Yasuo, right? I think just allowing you to change that tempo up quickly between characters and not let your opponent, you know, get used to any one speed is going to be very, very beneficial. And we can already see Not Enough Damage, you know, finding some early confirms right here on both ends of Jinx and Yasuo from Sin over here. But now the corner pressure has started. Great push block.
Yeah, push block timing there was absolute perfection. Even in the face of the 2x assist, you just got to be brave in those moments. But with a nice conversion here and with no burst, especially with double down, you are definitely dead, but no! Okay, yeah, it was a stagger. I forgot we had made it to the corners. That does restand them.
Yeah, I was a little worried right there at first. I saw that super come out. I was like, that's not enough hit stop, but clearly not enough damage. Knew that they had enough time right there. And now Sin has to play very careful. It is solo Yasuo, which is, I think, one of the characters that kind of has higher potential to make these kind of comebacks. But we got to force it. Unfortunate Fury right there, but it's still our turn.
Oh, had the dash cancel there after the dash through, so already used up that Fury dash cancel as well. But the clean jump in, and once again with this, it should be enough damage.
He just goes with the handshake tag. Doesn't even need to spend the meter. Able to guarantee that first round right there. Not enough damage. Looks like, I think they, you know, they've got some good routes, but it still might not be enough for what they're looking for. They're trying to find those big counter hits right here. Trying to use that wind wall to stop the zoning. And already finding a great early confirm, but not that meter's not going to work.
Oh, gets the whiff punish in a massive way. Absolutely. And now after the dash, get the knockdown here, looks for the tag, and yeah, that move always gives you the power up, so it's very nice. Even on block, actually.
Yeah, and that's what you're looking for, right? Because you know that you just need to land one more big hit and just being able to have that freeze to just set him down and do your full custom combo to end with the Poro right at the very end. Oh, big jump in.
Is that the real route? Do you throw the Poro there, or is he trolling?
No,
I
so
actually don't know.
You actually throw the Poro there from like the little bit that I've seen, because if they're not frozen, it pops them back up.
Oh, okay, that's tight. Oh, gets the throw and restands it. Very nice. Level 3 is available, but we're going to get back into Braum once again. Here comes the level 1 and the DHC into the ultimate for Not Enough Damage. Mr. Ned, game 1 in the books.
But it's that Marvel player experience, right? He knew exactly what he needed to do at so many different times to like that push block that we saw very early on. That's like very key. Like, oh, you've played tag games before. You understand how these pressure sequences are going to work and are very, very ready to just counteract what your opponent wants to bring to the table.
Oh, definitely agree. I do want to see from Sin, though, if the opponent's going to go for push blocks in moments like that, playing two assists, I feel like you are like designed to be able to deal with that, especially with Jinx Missile as your secondary assist. Being able to use that to close the distance post push block is incredibly strong. Even we saw right there.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I think you already, Sin even has the same idea, right? Because they were running Jinx Point, but they tagged into that Yasuo just to make sure that they could have, you know, all those Jinx assists, which are so strong, especially versus like Braum not being able to deal with a lot of that. Now we're already seeing though not enough damage. Find the ability to close the distance with that Yasuo and get in there. Gonna go back into the handshake tag right there to try to get one more. That tech was a little punishable, but Sin was able to find it a little after.
Says I can fix Jinx. Coming through with a $5 contribution to the match, Reno. You absolutely can't, but thank you very much for, you know, supporting the players.
We have 2 seasons of a TV show proving that you cannot do that right here, but Not Enough Damage proving that they can find that quick little low confirm right there into the level 1.
If Ekko can't do it, you can't do it. I respect you, though. DHC, very nice off the double down. That's going to take the kill. And that's one of the most important things, too, is being able to balance your character's health. And that's the strength of double down. While there's not like a reasonably accessible way for everyone to be able to snap all the time, just being able to kill a character is just as good. Getting into the 2v1 is just basically GG.
Honestly, I think in this version of the game, it is like more beneficial to have the ability to kill that character, right? Like, because of the game being a little bit slower from the previous versions, right? You're seeing these like 80-second rounds happen pretty consistently. Like, just going for another mix-up is not as beneficial as fully nullifying some system mechanics from your opponent.
Oh god, the standing medium, and is able to get the freeze. No time for the tag, but it's not going to matter. Unfortunately, things go a little astray, so the Poro throw does not work out.
Not enough damage. Tried to use that Yasuo to, you know, close the gap right there, but I gave Sin another chance and able to find a big confirm of their own right here. So hopefully we'll see those life totals quickly even up.
Oh, trying to pop him out with the OTG, the big step. Not going to work out. Unfortunately, the trap is a little too far to actually be able to help out in that moment.
Just hitting with another meaty right there. Not enough damage. Was, you know, trying to find an opportunity to dash out or try to, you know, roll, push block, any of those variety of defensive options. But instead, we find that throw, we find that Poro toss, but not able to get the setup that you were looking for. So Sin able to get another chance to recontrol this neutral a little bit.
Oh, the air-to-air working out well as well. Okay, I like that. Dude, the routing is so clean. We actually have to spend the burst there. You cannot lose this Yasuo. We gotta find a way to get him out.
Oh, but you have the armor to get through it, and you had freeze debuff to pop on them as well. So that Yasuo was gone, and Sin only has a Jinx left alive.
Oh, and I haven't seen enough solo Jinx to know yet. We'll see if it's going to be able to get the work done. Obviously, the newest character to the cast, stuck in the corner now against Yasuo.
It's definitely doable if you can get to that zoning, but that Yasuo wind wall can just shut down a lot of her options and also give you time to run in just like this to find this big confirm. And that's a lot of meter on deck for not enough damage right now.
Yeah, this actually should be enough, I think, but no. There it is again, but this time it is a little late.
THC to punish on the missed attempt to punish the whiff super. That's unfortunate. You were right, but not enough damage. Decided that he was correct right there.
Eddie, wrong for that. So a lot of people know him for Mortal Kombat, but he's also a super top level. Was a super top level multiversus player. Extremely strong multiversus player. And then Nephew, I mean, needs no introduction. This is the Street Fighter GOAT.
This is, yeah, it's one of the Street Fighter GOATs, but coming into 2x KO, and as well as, like we were talking about, it's like, hey, do we have anyone who's going to be playing that Illaoi? Nephew is actually going to be bringing the Illaoi into this bracket, so prepare to see some crazy setups coming through, because if anyone can do it, it's going to be him.
Definitely agreed. And we're able to find the throw so early. You cannot get that aggressive. And that was one thing I got very lucky. I got to play a bunch of games against 2Easy. 2Easy loves that wake up attack, that universal mechanic. It's so good, and I think a lot of people don't expect it to be as good as it is. So he definitely gets a ton of mileage out of it. So that's one thing you need to look out for when you're trying to go for mix on him.
Yeah, and that's something that is going to be interesting to see how Nephew's prepared for, right? Because in the little bit of like footage that I was able to watch on the screen, like nobody was doing those wake up attacks. And right now, 2Easy doesn't. They needed one, and they were just able to use that momentum to snowball into that Illaoi death.
I got the burst out of him, and having Yasuo with an assist behind it is so strong into the Jinx. Having that wind wall at command can potentially interrupt things, but unfortunately, we missed the confirm off the taser.
Yeah, that wind wall does shut down like a lot of Jinx's options, so that's why you're seeing 2Easy be a little more patient with it, right? Trying to wait for those opportunities at the full screen where Jinx could get the best value out of it, but Nephew still able to find that grab and able to find the pressure and already baiting up those wake-up attacks, being like, yeah, you did it once, it's never happening again.
I mean, that's the type of thing that Nephew's going to be ready for here as we try to get aggressive. But another amazing 2H. The normals on Jinx are so good for situations like that.
Be able to get the OTG as well, just wanted a little extra damage where you can. But 2Easy finds the big confirm right there.
But again, the taser finds the mark, and using that dashing M, that quick low to be able to find the extra little bit of damage here. So off the super, we're just going to back up and set up our traps. Very nice.
And now we get to play like the zone game. You do get the Yasuo assist still coming in at death right there, so that wind wall will come in through. But 2Easy, with the patience, was able to find a big hit, but can't find the full confirm that they're looking for. So Nephew has to be very careful.
Ends up getting chipped there. That didn't actually combo, but because of Darius's bleed mechanic, it did do enough on the S1.
Oh, I love this from 2Easy. They're late swapping before rounds start into the Darius to force Nephew to change their game plan, but then immediately handshake tagging into that Yasuo, finding this big happy birthday as well with the meter dump. That's a full character's health worth gone between those two characters.
Absolutely, and that's one of the nice things about the update too, is that happy birthdays are significantly more stable. It felt like they dropped for no reason in Alpha Labs 1, but now it feels like when you get that hit, you can do your normal routing and the character will stick.
Yep. Which right here, that Yasuo has been sticking onto that Jinx whenever they get the chance, with that assist still being available on deck. Finds the cross through, gets the restand as well. And now it is only Illaoi left for Nephew here.
Oh, and having that wind wall on deck. I love J2S and then tag straight back in. Just tries to keep the lockdown with Darius, but amazing blocks from Nephew, and now has the corner.
Yeah, it has that readiness as well. Did get a tentacle set off that as well, but Too Easy just quickly got out, forced the burst out from Nephew, and now going to try to make something happen with that Fury, but the handshake tag from the Darius assist comes in from downtown. They're going to give Too Easy game number 1.
I'm liking a lot of things I'm seeing from Nephew, especially I think the Jinx is a very, very good fit with the way he's playing it for sure, as well as the way he's approaching defense. It's just, Illaoi hasn't really been able to be the catalyst on offense that we would normally expect for her so far.
No, and I think that's very like akin to Too Easy, right? Like Nephew already a quick bursting, but immediately runs in to the Yasuo once again, and now gonna get happy birthday. This is just a repeat of what happened.
Yeah, and so much damage already off the table. I love that momentum burst from Too Easy as well. Using that wind wall, but there's the whiff punish and our first opportunity to see a bit of offense here. But no, it's not. The push block works out, but we're still in there. Neff finds another touch, and with no burst, this is actually looking bad for Yasuo.
Yeah, does find the full jump out though to reset, but is on top of a tentacle, so has to pop that special to be able to go through, and now forces the Darius tag in as well. And unfortunately, Nephew couldn't block forever, but you still got one more chance. But we're ready for that roll tag.
He's in the low, but any time to tag, absolutely, especially after the rocket.
Now the patience, great 2H once again from Nephew. These anti-airs have just been fully on point for them so much.
Unfortunately, the combo went a little bit astray here, but continuing to use the missile. Trying to do our best. Oh no, the wind wall and the knockdown. You had to burst there. It was going to be a kill.
But now that gives you a little bit more chance of that Gray Life to recover as well, though, on the backup zone. And we've seen Nephew be able to just play that very defensive turtle style to work out into their favor. Finds an early grab right here. Going to try to go for an overhead, but we just get push blocked out.
And J2S once again being a dominant situation. Dashes up and goes for the super. Not going to work out. No punish, though.
Yeah, but just immediately push block saying, hey, I don't want to deal with it. Dive kick coming through to try to, bait that spacing out a little bit, but we still find the full jump. We can't mix up just yet because Nephew was ready to challenge there.
Oh, back in with the projectiles one more time. Misses out on the dash medium this time, though. If it's too high, sometimes you have to just go for the launcher, but instead, bar spent for both, and it's going to go completely in Nephew's favor, especially with the double down.
You were still able to find that hit right there. Not able to get the full confirm you're looking for, but there is only 10 seconds left on the clock, and you are very, very close to losing out that character right here.
Oh no, time running down. Gets the missile, gets the hit. I think that might be the difference maker.
Yeah, and then just be able to go into the super, just force them to block out. Yeah, that hit right there will guarantee the timeout to go into Nephew's favor. Oh my goodness.
Extremely smart, as you said, the super to make sure those last 2 seconds were never going to get to come through. Too easy, though, keeping that momentum. And again, that was off of another round that started on a happy birthday for Too Easy. Neff, I feel like, has been playing with half-life on both his characters for, like, the length of the set.
Yeah, he really, really has right here, and we're seeing it once again, right, being able to find that great Yasuo anti-air once again, but recognition on the handshake tag happening instead of the big mix-up coming back from Yasuo was great for Nephew right there, but Easy still able to quickly recontrol the neutral.
Dashed up and had a good idea, but unfortunately couldn't get the anti-air, but that's going to be Jinx back in the zoning, and much too far for Headless. Was trying to hit Illaoi, but she just gets out in time.
Yeah, just a couple frames too late right there, but had a really great idea. And now you're seeing like Nephew be like, yeah, throw that wind wall out. Just try to like zone me out of my own zoning. This is just gonna allow that Illaoi health to recover and give me more chances in this game.
Oh, definitely agreed. This is one of those situations where Neff, no stress, no reason. If he gives you a little bit of space, you might as well. But instead, we're gonna tag to Illaoi and try and fight it out here.
Yeah, Illaoi does really need that Jinx assist to make some things happen. A great parry, but no big confirm off of it. But we will find a couple hits right here off that little mix.
Oh, that was looking like it was going to go big. I was definitely feeling it too. But now Illaoi, just a little bit of life left. You got to go for the parry here. Absolutely. You cannot let Darius get away with that for free. Darius loves to spam S2, S2. You cannot let that go to the wayside.
And great use of the assist right there. Quick tag in as well to keep that Illaoi alive. Jinx is going to eat this combo right here as well as that level 2. But it's fine. Your tech full screen. That bleed's not going to be as scary if they can't find the hit. But it's Too Easy has been already finding it.
Dashed on pass, but couldn't quite get the more. Dashes underneath the fireball on this occasion. And now Illaoi Time to prove your worth here. The potential to close out the game here for Nephew. But unfortunately not going to go his way, it seems.
No, yeah, you've cursed him right here. Throw tech out right there. Gives Nephew one more chance with the quick tag into the low. Will give that for 2EZ.
But ahead on the burst economy, as well as pretty even on meter here. And having this amount of meter as the double down player is a really big deal going into round 3.
Yeah. And we're already seeing the first big confirm that we've gotten from Nephew, right? Being able to actually land into that level 3, get a bunch of damage, going to be able to get some tentacle sets afterwards as well.
Damn, got himself rolling on up, tried to come through. I like that retreating guard, but the shoulder from Darius ends up forcing out the burst there. I like the break.
Yeah, and this is where you're like, the Jinx into Darius is a much easier time to deal with than that Yasuo, but 2EZ doesn't let that get to them in the slightest right here.
The recognition really was only lower throw at that point, but it doesn't matter here. Unfortunately, because of where we were against the wall and the wall bounces, it was an awkward height. Tried to go for the 2H, but couldn't find the mark.
Oh, quickly into that level 1 right there. Just get the extra beam assist. Use that hit stun to now give Nephew a chance to find a little bit of extra damage. Couldn't get that grab to work, but we will find that Yasuo dead.
Hey, plus on whiff. You love to see it. Whiff and a throw is just as good in this game too, baby.
It's universal right here, but 2EZ just going to be quickly staying very patient. But once again, those Jinx assists have been so good for Nephew to be able to get those rockets to come in from downtown and then allow the Illaoi to get these full confirms.
Oh, I see the vision. With that missile, I really like the idea. I like the combo route. Unfortunately, it drops.
There we go. Once again, assist working out great. Those rockets just keep popping them right here. Doesn't hit the full cross-up right there, but instead we'll just tag out into the zoner now. We get to play lane for 45 seconds. I'm going to throw fireballs. What can you do about it?
Oh my god, 2H beats out the S1, finds the jump missile to get the trade out. 1-to-1 is the set count now.
These players are like going the distance, and this is happening. This is winners round 2. This is not even like that deep into the tournament so far. We got a lot of time left and a lot of games to be going on, so I'm going to be very excited to see how these players progress.
Oh, like to jump in there, especially when you see them stuck in the tornado. An opportunity to just lay out the second wind wall, but with the OTG here, it's going to be the first clean hit to 2EZ.
And 2EZ even is also doing a really good job, right? Like you saw Nephew try to actually go for a retreating guard right there to get out of there, but already like preemptively going for the deeper cross-up mix-ups to be able to deal with that retreating guard.
Nephew's anti-air game has been phenomenal, honestly and truly. Yeah. The use of 2H, we are so safe and steady. So many of these situations that seem very hectic have just been completely in control for Neph. But unfortunately, no amount of control can bring back the life you've already lost for Illaoi here. Has to go for the tag.
But already quickly forcing a very early burst from 2EZ. They want to try to be able to steamroll as much of this momentum as they can. This confirmed right here, and already pressing into that wind wall early, not allowing Nephew to play that patient because they can't let that gray life increase anymore.
Ooh, just the dash through, nothing else really to follow. Tries to commit to the parry there. Unfortunately, it goes a bit off. Still survives somehow, but runs into the down heavy in the air.
Yeah, that was like the tip of that hurt box right there. Some great spacing from 2EZ though to be able to recognize like, hey, I can still find this, I can still find this confirm. But Nephew doesn't let that get to them into the slightest. Already finding another great confirm, another big dive kick into a quick mix afterwards as well.
I like that too. Cut it short, use that super, taking the kill, and that leaves us down again to the 1v1. And I gotta favor Jinx here unless we're going for crazy stuff like that.
We've seen Nephew be pretty aggressive in the past before, so I respect it. You know, just try to get that extra damage where you can. The Fury has been popped, though, now for both players. After a scary hit that was coming in from 2EZ, and if Nephew can find the distance, they can be at a good spot, but 2EZ is not letting them have it so far.
Oh no, and everything kind of came unraveled when Neph tried to wake up with a throw, and then after that, didn't have a really good position to be able to fight out there. At that one character length range with Darius, there's just not much to be done.
To see, you know, if they can find that adaptation that they're looking for to really, you know, prevent that situation from happening again. Nephew, though, finally finding the footage that they want with Illaoi right here, able to force a push block out, so not able to make anything big happen with that tentacle so far, but we're still locking them down with it.
Uh-oh, sandwich time. Absolutely, the non-blockable, the high-low. It's so hard to time how you play defense in a moment like that.
Yeah, especially with them being able to delay that overhead pretty manually, so you only have a couple frames to make that decision. But that wind wall follow-up has been working so good to just stop any chance of Nephew to get like that big turtle style play going right here. Immediate cross-ups though in onto the Jinx once again, but that gets parried.
Gonna rip the super off of it too. Very good damage here, and as you said, Fury is still available, so we can still use that offensive cancel potentially as we get a crazy bait. What a step back there from Nephew to be able to bait out the S1.
That's so smart. That's that Street Fighter player recognition right there to know exactly what's coming through and be able to micro walk back to not be put in as scary of a situation. But now we are looking at basically 2 full health characters and have all resources on deck.
There we go. Very nice. I like that they've given 2 characters in this game Spark Bolt. They know how to play to my heart.
All right, Fury now actually forced out for 2EZ right here, but once again, that 2H anti-air, so good to come through. Forces the burst out once more, but let's see, did you challenge correctly? No, but no punish.
Still has the Fury cancel potentially here. Nice anti-air. Doesn't go for the dash though, so unfortunately the dash now completely off the table here. But Darius, again, in this matchup, it's nice once you close the gap, but in closing the gap actually is so difficult without taking all that incidental damage.
Okay, we block out right there. Bleed, though, is still reapplied, but that's a big hit. No big confirm, but there's only 10 seconds left on the clock now. You can just play safe. You can just play careful, but if Darius lands one big hit, it could be over, but it's not going to be over today. That is Nephew taking it with that round right there, but we still got one more to go.
Yeah, the J2S unfortunately went a little too... We're going a little too ham there, which I definitely respect.
Yep. I think sometimes you got to go ham when there's 10 seconds left.
Oh, yeah, for sure. The OTG, though, going to get the routing here with Yasuo. Very nice.
Set it up. Just, yeah, force the extra little bit of damage on the OTG, but you give them the roll. Oh, no, that could have been a very scary happy birthday, but we couldn't find the full extension, but we'll just find another quick 2 out.
Yeah, luckily you didn't have to deal with the chompers too much here, but unfortunately you're going to have to take the trial, and Darius, we know damn well Darius is not passing the trial. So your boy is cooked on that one.
Yep. Oh, big hit right here, but just went into the handshake tag because they wanted to, you know, recover some of that health and then be able to set up for the Jinx zoning. And it's now 2v1 just versus that Yasuo, but if anyone can do it, solo Yasuo can really quickly change the course of a game with that great jump in.
And this is definitely 2EZ's best character too, so you never want to see yourself in this situation, but if you were going to, this is the guy we got to bet on.
Yeah, you know, anything is possible right here, but unfortunately, yeah, there we go. Wake Up Attack finally coming out. We were talking about it, you know, 400 seconds ago at the start of the set, but finally coming back after getting baited once into the quick tornado confirm as well right here. So we are 1 versus 1, and this is a favorable side to be if you're a fan of 2EZ.
Oh, trying to go for the dash. Unfortunately, he's going to get whiff punished here. And yes, because of that, it's going to be the level 3.
Rocket gonna be coming in from downtown, and he gets the full damage with it as well, so that life total is running low. But they give a lot of meter on deck, and that's not a ton of health left for Nephew, so really you are 1, maybe 2 touches away.
Oh my. Yeah, absolutely. Have to spend your Fury there. You do have another opportunity, and dash cancels off the missile from full screen. First time I've seen it used like that.
Yeah, it's a great way to try to like mix your opponent's tempo up right here, but the quick cross slash right here, and you are now put at 1 touch away. One more hit is all 2EZ needed, and they finally found it. Take the set 2-1 over Nephew.
And I wanted to be able to do the combos that I had already learned, and they wanted to play Pulse. So being able to have, oh, dude. Separating those two, oh God, thank you. I'm so glad that that's separate now.
Yep, that and also like the Fury Pulse being just a mechanic. They're doing a lot of those decisions and really listen. I feel like really listening to community feedback because that was definitely sentiments I heard across the board. So very, very excited to see the future of this game and excited to see the future of this match that we have coming up right here as we're getting into it. We've got Shinhua versus Wade, all the way from France, visiting in New York though for the time being, and now going to be showing off that tag game skill that you know, from Europe, which has definitely been very dominant. I feel like in the modern portion of the FGC.
Absolutely, as he gets the wall bounce and tries to go for the pull-ins, look for the optimal stuff there. Swing the burst. The pull in, what a roll! I love the mix from Wade, already showing off some decent stuff.
My ankles have gotten broken like 4 times over in this set already, and we are like 30 seconds into this round right here. But now you're just seeing these Time Winders come out for both of these Ekko players. We're really just trying to, bait someone out. But Wade finds the ability to handshake tag in with that freestyle fuse into the Darius immediately, and find just another solid meeting. But oh, that is enough time. Okay, I was worried that you weren't going to be able to kill right there, but clearly they know.
Yeah, being able to use that fast dash speed from Darius. If you have the timing now for wave dashing with this character, he is so good at closing distance. And I love that tag as well, recognizing that after that pop out, there's going to be no way that Darius was going to be able to continue the pressure. So a quick tag to Ekko is really able to solve that.
Yeah, it does force the burst out from Shinhua though, and is in Fury right now. So if they can find a big hit, this could be huge. But it looks like Wade's just going to play very defensive to let that timer run out.
I saw somebody ask about it, by the way. We did mention it, but just as a reminder, yeah, Wade is a French player, but is playing from New York. Just happens to be in New York right now.
Yeah, clearly they were here. They wanted to enter TNS. They got on that like 9-hour flight just to make sure that they could be here for this bracket.
Oh, jump timing not quite there as we find the jab. Gets to pull in and tries to go optimal. Is going to go for the setup here. No, instead, just going to take the damage, look for the hard knockdown.
Yeah, you want to try to get as many of those hard knockdowns while you can right here, right? And you're already seeing that from Wade. Quickly finding that into some quick mix, goes into the freestyle tag for the Darius, confirming into that ultimate as well. That should be enough to kill.
I love Darius, but I can't take him serious in the life vest. You got to take your safety seriously, so I respect it, but it just doesn't feel the same.
He's got to defend the beachfront, right? He's got to protect it. Ahri, not doing her job. She keeps getting hit by this little Ekko guy.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Time Winder continues to be such a nuisance here, but with the Spirit Rush, depending on how you go with the Spirit Rush, a lot of the times, if you hit someone in the air, you can usually take it downwards and OTG with a Fireball to be able to pick it up for yourself. It's a little awkward on spacing, but it's a way to work those routes.
Yeah, speaking of awkward spacing, Wade unfortunately couldn't find the air Rekka to be able to fully connect right there. So not able to find the pull-in, but we are able to find the Ekko confirm right here. Does pop into the level 1 though, and just wants to set up the bombs. Try to mix them up while you can. And that's going to be Wade closing out that second round for game number 1.
And Volta was clean, making everything work out. Ekko just clearly the MVP on the team right now. Darius obviously doing the work, but Darius, I feel like Darius is, in certain teams, can be a very selfish teammate, but with Ekko, because of the way his S1 works, I feel like he is a very, very healthy teammate for Ekko. Being able to reposition people out of the corner for Ekko to be able to do his nasty work is perfection for him.
Yeah, and I think that's also like a big on the freestyle tag version of this team, right? Like I've seen people play this on Double Down and people play it on 2x assists, but it just does not work as well if you aren't able to do these like DIY mix-ups that Wade has been showing again and again and again. Bomb set right here, but we'll just check him with the quick overhead.
That's extra annoying too, because if you block that, if you stand up to block that, you have to block the Time Winder first, so it actually makes it really, the frame data gets annoying.
Yeah, I expect nothing less from Wade to find those grimy mix-ups right here. Ooh, another great bomb connection right there. And Wade immediately recognizing that, swapping over into the Darius, and just wants to get as much damage on the table where you can.
Oh, and that's what I was talking about. That S1 after the tag is so strong. But unfortunately, with a drop combo, Shinhua is going to have one more chance. But no, into the Time Winder. Got to be careful.
Oh, does find a hit right here and still has Fury on deck, so Wade forced to burst out right there, but we just go for one more quick mix-up like you were talking about. And Wade just like showing like, hey, I'm going to keep doing this. Can you beat it? Can you, figure out how to stop my mix?
Yeah, and that's one of the most interesting... Oh, I'd say that was one of the most interesting things about Darius, too, when it comes to that S1, is if he does S1 and he buffers the next follow-up, even after a tag, and it's way late, he will still do the follow-up. That headbutt overhead is something that he inputted like a second and a half before it came out.
That is crazy, and like just being able to have that and be able to like see how your opponent wants to react to it just gives you so much freedom.
Oh, same situation again, ends up coming through. Chooks for the jump in, but that's an easy anti-air. 2H to stop the Ahri.
Yeah, I'm curious to see like what is Shinhua's answer to that situation, right? Because they keep just getting opened up by again and again. Is it trying to challenge it? No, because once again the cross up coming through, it is being very hard to block right now.
Yeah, push block as well as retreating guard, I feel like are two of the most important things to be able to do in this situation. And also, we're letting so many turns get stolen by these charge H's. Wade is doing a great job of identifying that. Shinhua is so ready to, so content to block in those moments. But with a parry, we buy ourselves some room.
That's the start you want, right? Shinhua probably looking for a chance to potentially tag out, but we found an early hit right here. No hard knockdown, just exit out, and now Wade gets to play that neutral again that has been working so well for them so far.
Shinhua had the hit, but held the H a little too long. You can't charge that heavy, but in that instance of the combo, you have to just tap it or it's too slow.
Great use of the teleport right there to get out of the hit, but Wade immediately recontrols. Fury is popped, though, for Shinhua, so got a chance at life right here.
Okay, it ends up swinging second, which does end up winning out the situation, but unfortunately, can't get much to show it, and gets counter hit by that Time Winder, which will definitely seal the deal.
That was so smart from Wade right there. So he saw the clone being set, and
you can get some pretty decent combinations of characters. It looks like we're gonna go with a lot of Braum. See, I was thinking that I was going to have to talk about how I think that people are underrating Braum, but right off the rip, I think we're right. I think we're right on schedule. 2 Braums off the rip. Not a surprise at all, I think, if you've been playing the game. And, you know, especially if you play a little bit more of a defensive style. I think the character's amazing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But it's interesting to see in this, like, we do have, on one hand, that more defensive team comp style with that Darius in play over on Flowchart Ken's side. But Varia playing the Ekko with the Braum, which I actually haven't seen that comp, like, too much. Just because it is that sort of like quicker character, but Braum's assists can be very good for it, and we'll have to see if we can, you know, find something happen right here. Right now, Flowchart Ken though does find that early handshake tag in, but can't finish their plate.
Yeah, always really important to remember being able to go for that S2 as an assist and being able to go for the tag. A lot of the times can get big open ups, finds the wall bounce, but can't get the confirm afterwards. So far, the push block timing from both players has been exceptional though.
Yeah, and that is a big thing to look out for as well, right? Like, you don't want either of these team comps to just be sticking on top of you, because then you'll get into situations like this, right? Flowchart kind of immediately finding this big early hit, has bleed applied, and that is going to force a burst out from Varia really, really early on.
Yeah, missed the dash there to be able to get a little bit of a longer combo, but that's okay. Still looking good. Gets the jump over the Time Winder as well. If you're willing to commit in moments like that, a lot of times you can just completely ignore those situations, but a little bit extra damage, not quite the full happy birthday.
Yeah, but you got to take that damage where you can, especially if you can find confirms like this, bringing them all the way from corner to corner and getting that kill as well. That Braum not going to be coming in with full health anymore, and you have to be very scared of this, but a great challenge.
I want to say, by the way, there is a spectator audio bug right now, which we are able to fix in the laters, but we cannot fix it during the game. So that will be something we are aware of it, and we will get it out of the way for you guys in just a moment.
Yeah, just like Flowchart Ken was aware of that overhead actually connecting all the way from full screen, was able to find the Darius tag, but needed one more quick touch afterwards to take game number 1.
Yeah, locking down that first round, definitely extremely strong. A little bit behind in the burst economy here, but both players pretty far off from it. And again, that's one of the most important things. If you're not going to push block, you need to have your parry timings extremely ready for Darius. Otherwise, he is just going to rip away with frame advantage and chip you out with that bleed mechanic.
Yeah, and that's what you're seeing right here coming from Flowchart Ken, right? Should be popping some meters up at the very end. No, just wanted the hard knockdown because they knew they only needed one more touch. Save the rest of that bar for that Braum.
Definitely like that, especially being a double down player yourself. I thought we had the block there. Gets the command throw this off the charge and doubles down with it again.
Oh my goodness. Flowchart Ken is just putting in the dominance right now. Doing more quick little check on the roll right there. Was waiting to see if Varia was going to try to emergency escape out of there, but not going to happen just yet. Flowchart Ken keeps him locked down, but Varia finds a chance. Maybe something can happen here.
Yeah, at this point, as the Braum Darius, okay, a little bit scary. Ends up working out though. I was gonna say, you can maybe just start to spend meter, but an anti-air is just as good. That's one nice thing about this team is that if your opponent doesn't have really good parry timing, you can start just going for things like, you can just send Headless, the S2 super, and just Shockwave behind it with Braum, and just do it just because, just to see if you can get the chip on people. Knowledge check, why not?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely what you have to do, right? Like, Flowchart Ken, I think, realized towards the end of that last set, like, oh, Varia's not ready for the command grab to be coming through. They're not ready for, you know, the Poro coming in from downtown. And has really been making that work. Already forced them out to spend that burst early in this, and then forcing a tag as well, which they immediately checked.
Oh, and then Plink's on out of there. That's one of the nice things about Darius. Really fast backdash. So a lot of times you are so good at taking space, but you're so good at being able to retreat to set up for your teammate to be able to come in safely for moments like this.
Yeah, and that's the advantage of something like that Braum as well, who has to be a little bit more committal with those options to recover on some of that space. So being able to have that kind of counterplay together is oh so good.
Oh, dude. The Braum Spark Bolt is too good. That ice projectile is way too strong. I love it.
It's so cool, pun intended, right there. Varia, though, getting a chance, finding signs of life, forcing that burst out, though, and the handshake tag into the Darius afterwards. So, gives him another shot, but that Darius is really scary, even so. With that Braum assist as well, it just closed the gap distance really quick, forcing push block as well. Oh, but we found the hit.
Yeah, and we have the meter, and of course, as we said before, with these fusion systems, we do have the double down behind it, but we're not going to spend it. I mean, there is just a pixel, so I definitely respect it, but, you know, it's nice to know the options there.
Yeah, and I think with, like kind of how slow the meter gain is as a whole, at that point, it was, like, it's very good game recognition from FCHAMPRYAN to just not spend it right there. And also great recognition, once again, that command grab working out so many times for them.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially if your opponent is in a situation where they're committed to blocking like this, why not continue to take the aggressive angle? Finds that double hard knockdown, and just for the dash up throw, a parry is attempted. Unfortunately, the meter is gone, and the throw still comes through.
Yeah, and like already on those like the immediate tag-ins right there, FCHAMPRYAN just already checking with like those 5Ms. Oh, but a big overhead is like a start that you could use to success, but unfortunately that combo drops and you have to burst and pop your Fury.
Yeah, it's one of the things you have to be cognizant of with Braum. You can't do 5H into S2. You have to do either 2 5Hs or you have to completely change your routing to get the 5H out of it.
Yeah, and that's just one of those things that comes with time, definitely. Hopefully we see Varia get those adaptations later on, but right now, FCHAMPRYAN is just going to be confirming into that ultimate right there.
Yep, extra little bit of damage, as well as the most important thing, shield buff is on, but it doesn't matter with a charge like that.
Another good jump in, though, so we're going to be able to get the hard knockdown. Going to have debuff applied on that next hit, potentially, but it's not going to work out. And that's FCHAMPRYAN taking game number 2.
Very good from FCHAMPRYAN, showing off.
This is quite literally like the greatest tag player of history versus the greatest tag player of today coming up against each other. So this is going to be very, very exciting, and it's also like two. Like, they're both, like, obviously skilled in Dragon Ball and Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, but that changes how you think about some very, very minor things, whether it comes to speed or some neutral decisions. So it's going to be interesting to see how these ideologies are going to fully clash in this neutral meeting ground.
Definitely agreed. We'll see. We'll find it out pretty quick here, and I'm honestly, between the both of them, I'm not surprised to see the team comps here. For FChamp specifically, I think that Ahri is just a absolutely perfect fit as a longtime Magneto and Phoenix player himself. He loves the movement. He values the projectiles and the space control. This is just fits like a glove for his playstyle.
Oh, absolutely. But then, like, you have Wade on the other hand. That Darius Ekko team composition is like the most Dragon Ball player team comp that I've seen. Right? It is. We just saw it previously work very, very well in one of our previous sets. But it is just very efficient. At I'm going to present really good options and constantly be mixing you up whenever I can.
Actually, here is able to get the connection so far. Oh no! Off the drop, had to spend the burst. Yeah, didn't want to give away any free damage.
There we go. Both these players just trading these projectiles where they can. Wade is finding a couple of these extra hits, though, with this Ekko later through, but the Illaoi assist doesn't find the full confirm, and Wade immediately gets that tech out and into a full combo.
Yeah, tech forward into the match was the perfect choice in the moment here, so we're going to be able to set up for the mix. I don't think it's going to be quite enough to kill here, but Ahri dies if we don't block this.
Oh, they find a great way to jump out right there, but they couldn't get anything to happen, so Wade able to take their turn back, and now we are left with that solo Illaoi.
This is if there was a player who was gonna have put in the time to be able to show off the disgusting stuff with this character, it's got to be Champ. As you can see already, max range confirms they're working out beautifully.
Yeah, just finding wherever you can get those big confirms to just at least lead to hard knockdown. But Wade already closing that gap back in with that Darius, but those characters are low health, and we've already seen just whenever FChamp is able to find that big Illaoi hit, it does spell death for the character.
Posey, just in time, baby. Appreciate you for the sub, man. Fury is popped though as we go for the dash forward. Ekko does manage to get away a little bit. We're trying to continue to be tricky with this movement, and it does work out in the end.
Yeah, but the patience was coming in big from FChamp for a while right here. Does force burst out after that last hit, and we find one cross-up combo right here that should be enough to close it out.
And that was the mix-up that really won the day in set 1 for Wade.
Yep.
That S1 into the headbutt with Ekko's movement and threat of cross-up is just a little too much mental stack to deal with there. It is a pure guess on the timing of Ekko's roll.
Yeah, we'll have to see if FChamp can, you know, smell the blood in the water and find exactly when Wade wants to be pressing that further down the line. But right now, we are just playing very cautious, just that classic zoning style, just always trying to throw something out, but that's a big happy birthday that's getting started.
Definitely worth that little bit of meter to be able to get the extra damage on both as we immediately try to go for the very aggressive dash in, but the 3H is a touch too far. But luckily, JH is in the perfect range.
Oh, that was so quick. That clone was set like super early into the Ekko tagging right there, and immediately just running full screen to keep it out of sight, out of mind, and it worked out super well.
Icon with the Prime, by the way. Thank you very much. 2 months. Appreciate you for joining us here. As we're going to get another confirm. Spending the meter pretty liberally here for FChamp. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to spend it while you can, right? Wade's already took a round, so you need, if you don't win this, that's a lot of meter that's been left into your pocket.
Rekka won to beat the Time Winder and then kills Ekko from max distance.
Oh, and then also being able to try to continue that a little more off the Darius, who is still tagged in, right? Forcing Wade to pop that Fury super early, which is not what you want to be seeing. Throw his whiff. So FChamp is still safe once more, but finds another great 2L.
Absolutely, especially off the push block there. Darius is super susceptible to push block into whiff punish. And again, max distance. We have those confirms. I know we talked up his Marvel play, but you got to remember, this guy is also a Dalsum master. So at full screen, he's very comfortable there as well.
You gave him the character with Marvel movement on one end. You gave him the character with Dalsum normals on the other. This is a world built for FChamp to succeed so far.
Already though, playing this, playing the mid-range zoning game pretty well. I love using the 2-time assist with these Ahri fireballs as well. So strong to control the ground.
Well, not only that, you saw quickly right there with the Illaoi assist, just sniping him from full screen. That was being able to use is actually like countering the Ekko assists that were coming through.
No, absolutely. It's actually been way better than I thought it was going to be at just destroying Time Winder before it's relevant.
Yeah, this is the kind of composition and great recognition being like, hey, I know you want to go for that full off-screen mix right here. I'm just going to wait for you to make yourself whiff and then quickly check with a 2L, which forced Wade to go back and reset to neutral, which is where FChamp wants to put you in.
Once again, Rekka 1 just completely eats the Time Winder there. This time we find the low. Good open up for Wade here, and it's going to go into the ultimate, actually. I don't know if it's enough, though.
I don't think it's enough to kill, but it does put you into a one-touch situation immediately afterwards. Yeah, you're dead to a throw or dead to any kind of hit right there. So it forces out a tag and makes you play a little bit more scrambly, and now you get a chance to deal with that Ahri.
Oh, I like that Wade's going to the mud a little bit too. Last time Darius was in, we saw that S2, that down S2, that reversal, that armor. I love it.
Quick immediate axe pull into the handshake tag to force FChamp to, adjust that tempo a little bit. But now we're at solo Ahri once again, which we saw FChamp do wonders with.
Yeah, I think at solo Ahri, especially with the amount of meter you have, unfortunately here, not going to get to see too much of that as we're looking for the chase down once again. But I think Ahri with 3 bars has a good opportunity, or maybe had. This is getting really out of hand.
Look, anything is possible right here. And now we're going to quickly go into the level 3 as well. Recognize that they wanted to go for the Ekko mix-up right there and was able to quickly recognize when that tag was coming through to get the kill onto them.
The charm lands perfectly, and that's one of the greatest strengths. Again, that's something that oh no. Had to go for the Fury. Hold that thought.
Yeah, but that's great. It was great for them to recognize, hey, I can just hold on to this Fury until afterwards because I know as soon as this mix-up comes through, I'll be safe right here. Wade, though, able to find that other low to work perfectly once again, but you still need one more touch and they'll find it.
Yeah, I feel like that was one of those rough situations where you either had to mash or wake up, go with the universal get-up attack because you were going to get chipped no matter what. Again, when bleed is applied, Darius is going to get his every single time in a moment like that.
Yeah. So we'll see, if they can make some adjustments right here. But right now, Wade already going to be using that momentum from the very end of getting that guaranteed chip out and using that to already set some early hits onto this match. But FChamp doing another great job of just being like, okay, I'm gonna just try to keep the distance out, but it doesn't work forever.
Oh, in the setup game, about to be strong. Looks for the overhead, slides back in for the low, forces the burst out.
Oh, what a great anti-air after the tag in as well, but the Illaoi assist gonna come through and give FChamp a chance to escape, but it's not enough.
Yeah, finding the 3H and being able to get the confirm. Unfortunately there, the burst wasn't quite ready, and now Wade is off to the races. This is looking crazy. Illaoi does have a lot of health to play with, and he's gonna have at least one use of the Fury here.
We'll have to see when it comes out, though, just yet, because right now, yeah, use it at a guaranteed point where they can't bait it out. You're still generally pretty safe afterwards, but you need to pick your spots perfectly here to make this comeback.
Oh no, and unfortunately there, the #1 imperfection in this game is blocking. Just one instance can completely get things out of the way, but Illaoi has a chance now.
Yeah, but there is only 45 seconds left on the clock at this point. You need to make a lot of things happen very quickly, and it's not enough time.
Yeah, at that point, you're really just playing to build some meter, right? There's not much to be done.
Battery round, battery round.
Oh, yeah. Don't spend too much mental energy on it here.
Great confirm right there off the forward assist that's coming in from the Illaoi, being able to just completely snipe Wade from that full screen, and then had the recognition to go for the immediate run-in with Ahri as well to create this kind of situation. But now you're forced into the sandwich, but you're safe.
Yeah, really, like a push block. Tried to go for the Spirit Rush, was a little too far. Unfortunately there, it doesn't quite have the range, and you can't, listen, it's not like normal League. You can't just do it again on whiff like that. You can't just mash R, it's a different game.
Yeah. But FChamp knows that, and they know that they have to play a different game right now as well, because they're on that solo Illaoi. Wade still has been having a near perfect game on this Ekko so far, but as I say that, finally getting tackled, finally confirmed into the level 2.
Off the wall, because the Fury doesn't have infinite range like some other things. Has to go for the chase down here and immediately gets the hit with the light.
Yeah, the great recognition on the roll tech right there that came in from Wade. Going to be able to allow them to set up another great mix. Time bomb coming through for the left rights. Where are you going? Back to the mid screen.
Ooh, whiff punish, gets the burst out. It sucks that you find that win and now you just have to do it again. 2.5 bars. Might consider going for the buff super and just trying to brute force it with the tentacles, but instead, we're gonna have to guess for our life.
Yeah, you are at a point of guessing for Gabe a couple times in a row, but Wade will be correct in the very end, and they're gonna take the set 2-0 over FChamps.
Definitely agreed. Dizzy, I've been telling them they don't know about the Ned Potemkin. He's goated. Yeah. He was the first person mashing back Mega Fist. Never forget.
Look, I'm aware. I had to deal with that guy almost every month at locals. Like,
true. I forgot he's up there. Yeah. He's just Georgia in my brain automatically, but I forget. Yeah, he's Northwest.
But here we go. Quickly early on, both players are trying to set the tempo into their own favor, but not enough damage. Going to be using like that furrow toss really, really effectively. We saw it in the first set that they had on stream, but already checking out how Punk wanted to control the upper portion and just immediately shutting them down, using that wind wall to stop any kind of those Jinx assists coming through. And it's going to force Punk to like make a big read and try to commit to it.
Definitely agreed. And Braum is a character that's extremely scary to make big reads against, because if he guesses correctly just like that, he's able to armor, call the assist, and completely nullify your guess. If he has a read on your tempo, that's going to happen every time.
Yeah, and when the read as well is to tag into Yasuo, which is oh so scary right here. Big air throw to connect right here, and we'll find the extra OTG damage where you can. Just allows him to raw attack, expecting like wake up attack or like a potential like roll out right there. So Punk gonna have another chance to live a little bit longer here.
I think that's an underrated thing in this game for sure, is a lot of people try too hard to finesse, but people forget, like, it's the age-old facet of like doing the quote-unquote bad thing sometimes is so unexpected that people are not ready for it. Wake up tag works all the time.
Yeah. And you're gonna see it potentially work here. Just once again, that wake up, the wake up attack right there, something that people have considered to be not super great. Not enough damage, already used that early on to now just reset into neutral, allow them to go back into the Braum as well, and have the party started.
Really good block on the sweep twice in a row, as well as being able to secure the anti-air here. So, a hard knockdown, Time Winder, and now with that Jinx double missile, Gaz able to interrupt the Yasuo.
Yeah, not able to get in front of it with the ice wall right there to stop him down. Not enough damage. Looking for a quick tag right here. Needs to find an opportunity, but gonna get sandwiched. But we do find a throw.
Yeah, time really ticking down here. 10 seconds left on the clock here, so not enough damage. Just do as much as you can. Spend some meter. You can definitely secure this situation, especially with the double down. So the shockwave is going to eat up a couple seconds, as well as the kill. Jinx, unless there's a happy birthday, she couldn't do it if she wanted to.
No, and Punk just like knew that, so they were gonna run in, and if they could get a block from Charter to get some of that extra meter build, it was gonna work great for them. But they knew it was a lost cause at that point.
Yeah, rounds like that are cooked. Not much to be done there, but we get the pickup once again off the sweep with the Poro.
Yeah, not able to find that extension with the 2S right there like we were talking about before. But we do find the ice wall to be able to almost get a happy birthday, but it does force the break to come out.
Yeah, that back to us, the Unbreakable, so good, specifically in situations against Jinx, because it nullifies her projectiles as well as her big jump scare option in that dash medium. But now, with no burst available, again, looking down the barrel of the double down team composition, unfortunately, I think Jinx's story is over on this one.
Yeah, it may be over right now, but Ekko can come through and avenge her. Potentially, but it's going to be up to make a couple big reads and a couple of correct decisions. That 2H not going to work out this time with that Unbreakable coming in and now allowing not enough damage to get the big Yasuo combo started.
Yeah, big kill on the next one. I love the high-low, has to go for the Fury, but unfortunately, again, that back assist is so good when you have amazing anti-air normals like Yasuo. Back assist with Braum is just, it's the greatest possible, like, it just breaks up everything that Ekko could possibly do out of a jump in a moment like that.
And like, one thing I want to comment right there, that was essentially a perfect from not enough damage in that last round. Yasuo took like 20 damage and Braum took like 35.
Is his name Joaquin Ballista? Shouts to the MTG gamers. Jesus.
I didn't notice that until just now.
His in-game is crazy. Oh, I didn't know Ned was a Magic player. That's good. Text forward into the light, though.
Yeah, Poro anti-air once again on those raw big jumps that Punk wants to do. Like, I think it's a really good read right there, right? You know, just being able to fling those +1/+1 counters where you can. But unfortunately, doesn't find a full confirm until I say that, finds that JH connect, but Punk just forces the breakout and now resets to neutral once again.
That's a really another tough thing about this character matchup into Braum as well, is we got to remember when Braum charges S2, it does break any projectile he runs into. So you can't really time winder or do any Jinx shenanigans when he starts charging that. You have to have done something else, but unfortunately here, not much else to be done. It's mix-up time.
Yeah, we go low this time with the Poro to give you enough chance. But we get a roll out of the corner right here as not enough damage is ready for the full OP afterwards, and allows the Jinx tagging, but we immediately swap to the Yasuo because we know, hey, we got to get into that good matchup where we can. But that full jump in finally working out for Punk, getting that JH to connect, and now going to lead to some big damage.
Missed out on the loop, unfortunately, for that little bit of extra damage. I don't think it was going to be enough to kill here, but still, you got to take what you can get.
The Dash M going to be working great for Punk right here, but we'll just reset that tech out. We're going to toss the Poro where we can to close the distance a little bit more. That wind wall gonna give them a potentially chance, but Punk finally getting these jump-ins to work how they want to right here.
Ooh, and that cross-up jump, that jump down H is so strong, and because we're in the corner already, we're able to get the charge S2, picks it up, and that little bit of extra damage to consume the buff there. Oh, man. This is not looking good for Punk.
No, we got 18 seconds left on the clock right here. Gonna try to get some damage where you can, but that break is gonna be fully popped out. Oh, we will find a character here, right? Potentially, no. Fury does get popped right at the 4-second mark, so you do need one big hit right here. But spending that meter at this point was actually pretty risky, because now you don't have that bar going into the next round.
Yeah, definitely a tough situation to go for in that moment. Looks for the S2 right away. Yasuo ends up coming in, and that's clean anti-air.
Yeah, good use of that 2H right there. Use that kick to restand right here, and we're already bringing him into Mix City. Okay, tag launcher, very nice. Missed out on the combo, though. Maybe just misspaced a little bit. Yeah, it looked a little early potentially, but we still lock him down to the corner, right? Just being able to use that body presence, keep him there. And now it's only Ekko left for Punk here. We've been in the situation before. Fury's popped, so now we're potentially going to see a big mix-up with that dash cancel to come out right here. But we found the hit, but couldn't get the full combo. We'll take the next one.
Okay. The hard knockdown, dashes back up and gets the throw. Very nice. I'd love to see you lean into it a little more. Absolutely.
Again, get that extra OTG damage, but the full up back jump there for not enough damage. Knew that they were going to try to go for some mix that they've been going for a couple times over. And we just need to play patient.
Oh, batting the time under back was actually so sick. It's unfortunate it didn't net a combo there, but we do manage to get the burst out in the end.
But we do find the air throw instead, and now you're being locked down to the corner. Great push block right there, though, but not enough damage. Immediately coming back, finds that 2H to connect as well, and is able to close out.
It's a kind of game, and I respect that.
Yeah. But I didn't get to see what these team comps are as we're loading in, but it is going to be Darius Braum on the HUEBERT, or the FCHAMPRYAN side, as we saw earlier. And HUEBERT actually playing Ekko Darius. So, like, another one of those, like, really, really good team comps that we've been seeing for a lot of different players playing.
And definitely very different approaches as well. As you can see, FCHAMPRYAN does have the double down, so it's okay. In the early rounds, I won't have as much to show, because essentially, round 1, game 1, you're playing without a fuse. You don't have a DSC, right? You don't have either. But in the later stages, round 2, just you wait. Once I'm activated, I'm killing characters on every single hit. But the freestyle, you know, obviously leaning into the mix-up a little bit more, but after a hard knockdown here, you're guessing for your life with your Ekko already.
Yeah, but sometimes you are just more right than your opponent right here. Unfortunately, you weren't able to find any kind of extra OTG off that special right there. So HUEBERT does get the tag out into the Darius to safe, and now we're getting that mirror match to come through. As I say, immediately tag right back into that Braum.
I like that too. Even if you don't get the combo off of that assist, still being able to just go for the tag in a moment like that when you have the option to get aggressive is really, really good, because Darius is not able to get any advantage off of that himself.
Now we're bringing up Mix City, but use the great push block right there, right at the very end. Able to keep himself safe. Does get clipped out from the overhead, but couldn't get killed just yet.
Oh, S2, a little too far. Still gets the anti-air, though. You can't escape it.
Now we're just playing patient. We're just trying to bait him out through, but we'll parry that super right here, and now be able to drag him down to the corner, get this big confirm going, and get that bleed applied as well with the Braum potentially on deck. And we have DHC available right now. We can get those supers to come through to just add some extra chip damage right at the very end should we need it.
Missed the dash there. Still ends up finding the low off the down H. Definitely good as well. Charges up, and from that distance, it can be plus depending on how you space it, but it's not going to matter here as Headless is able to get the pickup.
Yeah. And now we are left with just Ekko coming in to try to make something happen, which it could, but we'll just Headless one more time to close out round number 1.
Okay, so we're getting a little bit closer to that stage that I was talking about here, where FCHAMPRYAN is about to have access to their fuse. The double down is going to be here on the next hit, but it's not going to matter with clean touches like that. HUEBERT doing a great job applying pressure in the corner and getting the whiff punishes.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's that Grand Blue Fundies, right? Being able to try to find those whiff punishes, try to find the confirms that you need to make things happen. But now we get some crazy mix, but we'll just retreating backdash out of there. Try to keep yourself safe for now and steal your own corner of your own and finally force you to fuse break.
Oh, that double tag was a nuisance. I thought that HUEBERT was going to 2S. No, I thought that FCHAMPRYAN was going to 2S again. I was so ready for the second DP.
I was also ready for that, but HUEBERT was one step ahead of all of us right here. Able to find that ultimate confirm as well to put them into a close to one-touch situation off any hit right here. We're going to connect it. Now we're just backdashing in the corner, just trying to play safe, trying to mix up that movement where we can. But a big confirm going to be coming out here from FCHAMPRYAN.
Shockwave's not going to do really anything there because it was already pushed too far back.
Oh, and we found the mix. Forced another break once again to be coming through, but we did find that smack to come down. And now HUEBERT's only left with Darius here.
Yeah, playing against Braum, stuck in the corner when he's already got his Empower on the table. This is a nightmare situation. Even getting back to the mid-screen here, but securing this knockdown is big.
Just once again, Poro coming through is we've been seeing this across the board with these Braum players as a great tool to stop a lot of these big jump-ins, just to change up their momentum, force them to do different movement. It does allow that that Braum to get killed as well off of this. And one more quick confirm as we're talking, gonna give Hubert the round right at the very end.
But now this is the key thing you have to watch going into this one here, is now no meter on the side of Hubert, unfortunately, except for the one that we see on Ekko, and Flowchart can have an explosive start. Either of these characters on Hubert's side is 2 touches away.
Yeah, you are basically looking at like 5 bars of damage coming through, but that command grab gonna be getting a good knockdown where you can. It's not gonna give him anything big just yet.
Trying to look for it a second time, I respect that.
Right there, gonna be leading, keeping them down on the corner. Goes for the handshake tag as well. We do have a lot of meter on deck, which I think we're gonna be saving for the 1 touch after this.
And yeah, this should do it. I don't think you get burst back in time. Instead, we reset.
Quick tags once more, gives Hubert a chance to actually go back into that Darius. Pops their own super as well. Just push him back full screen, get that bleed applied, and he can get the party started. 2S gonna connect out.
I completely ignore that one. Get on my face with it. Look for the dash up. Good anti-air attempt, but good discipline to not press there.
Now we're just waiting. Both players trying to find like a big whiff punish opportunity, but we finally get that chip that we were looking for onto that Ekko, putting them just into the Darius. Solo Darius does give them access to another burst back in Fury though, so you have to be a little bit more careful with those supers.
Okay. Be careful. Yeah, ends up spending it out here. And no, tried to put a normal on them to try and use the Fury, but unfortunately he's going to take a ton of damage for that. Surprised we didn't go into the level 3 for Braum.
Yeah, I was a little surprised as well, but that's Flowchart showing that, hey, I don't need it because we'll be able to spend this meter elsewhere. Gonna finally find that dash and force the breakout now from Flowchart. Swap into the Darius of their own and know that they only need 1 more touch to take the round out of Hubert's hands.
Oh no, and just tries to send the super there. I think that the idea is just trying to super aggressively apply bleed, but you gotta know, I know that it's an alpha and people are still getting used to it, but as the game progresses, everyone worth their weight is going to be able to parry that. You've got to be, that's when you got to get out of your hands. It's scary.
Yeah, it is scary, but it's also one of those things that I think even when people are able to parry it, you're going to find these opportunities where it is necessary to use. So it's always something that you're going to want to keep in your back pocket, but definitely keep it in that front pocket during these alpha tournaments.
Oh, yeah, during the alpha? No, absolutely. Yeah, much time we can get away with that full screen.
Yeah.
Damn it, they're definitely looking strong. That's 50% life already, and now time for the setup.
Yeah, does find a roll out of the corners. Not going to hold as, nasty of a mix, but we'll still find another good one. Gets the handshake tag as well to come through. That forces out that push block, and now requires you to tag out into the Darius. That Braum going to get, chipped out a little bit too much right here. But Hubert finding another great confirm. Going to go into that Ekko. Going to get some mix-up on the other corner this time.
Underrated normal. I don't see enough people. Oh, hold that thought. Super comes through, gets both, and this is the power of double down. Little bit extra damage, and now we're back into the rush down in the corner.
Yeah, and that bleed being applied as well is oh so scary. Oh no, we missed the confirm at the very end, but it's still going to work out. Just that Darius level. That is a lot of gray life. If you can find an early confirm like this, you might be able to recover some of this.
That's the nicest thing about Darius, is just being able to spend bar in situations like that. Just make it neat and tidy, nice and clean. Yep. No reason to overextend with some weird combos. I'm doing S2 super.
Oh, interesting trade right there. Ends up going into Hubert's favor and does find the big low right here and going to be spending that meter just like you were saying right there. Hubert quickly taking that round that was looking like it was going to end up in Flowchart favor.
It did end up working out multiple times for both players, and he tried to go for it aggressively at the start of the round there too. But I do want to say, 3H, if you're not using 3H as Darius, you should. It is one of the it's one of the best ground control normals in the game. If your opponent's dashing around a lot and you're unsure of timing, inputting one dash of your own in 3H controls a lot of real estate against a lot of players that stay grounded.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I think you're going to be also wanting to look out further down this set as well, as players try to adapt around each other's 3Hs.
Okay. Push it back to the corner, try to call the assist too aggressively here. Going to take a grip of damage for it, but we do break out.
Another trade right there to re-tech back into the full screen. Flowchart Ken is just like going for these back jumps, trying to not only control space, but get HUEBERT to bait on like a potential raw tag, but we'll still find that 2S2 into the super, as it's always going to be working out great whenever it can connect.
I love the Darius mirror. They're just both pressing S2 in directions. Ekko does end up getting the breakout there, but unfortunately still finds a connection here. Darius lives to fight another day. It's going to be a DHC into the shockwave.
Yeah, get back some of that recovered health. Use the portal to control the spacing. Not going to be able to be plus right there, but we will fully armor through with the super. Going to be knocking them down. Not wanting to spend any of the extra DHC, as they just want that health to recover with Darius, because they know they will need it potentially because of a situation just like this.
I love this character so much.
He's so cool. He's so cool. We're back to Darius neutrals once again. Great forward jump right there on the read of the back jump. It still ended going up into HUEBERT's favor, and a quick overhead as well. That can opener is so quick, and it'll be quick enough to tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, that was not the normal I was expecting there. Tried to go for the cross-up normal there. I guess was expecting HUEBERT to stay grounded, but HUEBERT would meet him on the air-to-air. I love the idea.
The Poro trade actually going to save them from eating a big combo right there, knocking him out of the recovery. So good stuff right there from our friend from downtown, but HUEBERT doesn't let that get to them and immediately going to be locking them once more, going for the mix, but we'll just wake up attack to get out of there.
And all that makes up for what? Charge S2, freight trains on pass, but we are able to get the low straight after the headbutt attempt.
HUEBERT just immediately trying to restand right there, trying to like just create another opportunity to add a little bit of extra chip right here, but we'll catch him low off that mix and then immediately tag into the Darius. That meter building up so quickly for one more, but we'll check that roll as well with the 2L, but it's not enough.
Oh man, throws out of headless. It's not invincible, it's just high priority.
Oh my goodness. Flowchart Ken was so ready for that and is ready to let this Braum eat a couple of these extra hits, but we'll find another big confirm right here. Into the Darius tag in as well. Try to add up this damage where you can. And check once more, but no DHC this time to end it out. We'll just try to play a little more defensively.
Yeah, unfortunate to not see a kill there, but things can still work out. It's going to go for the super here for the shockwave. Extra damage on the assist as well as a bit of chip.
But we get the full punish onto that full screen super right there, and now we are sitting with just this Braum left right here. We'll do it once more. We'll just chip him out where we can, but it doesn't find the connection on the third hit right there. So instead, Ekko will just be taking the damage of the combos. They try to raw tag in to save some health, but the command grab will kill.
Oh, I thought the line was a little too greedy, but Flowchart Ken knows better than me, and immediately just smashes the S2. He said, I cannot be governed. Jesus.
When in doubt, S2 out. It's been working out at any single opportunity you can bring to the table. And HUEBERT, though, not letting that phase him, not letting, oh, seriously, that's what you did? You just immediately went to go and try to, like, charge into there. Fine, I'm going to charge into you at the start of this round, forcing you to use this break super early on. But Flowchart Ken getting a couple extra hits.
Once again, S2 breaking the Sidewinder. Not being able to use that, unfortunately, here. Does get the block, though. The near unblockable is so difficult to deal with. Everything is coming up Flowchart Ken right now. Except, you know.
Yeah, except when we take that super right there. HUEBERT, though, ready for it. As I've been seeing the Flowchart Ken has been getting a little aggressive, right? Just being like, okay, you're going to press. You're going to try to, like, mash through some of these riskier options. I'm just going to punish you for as much damage as I can when that comes up. Hold the full ultimate right there as well. And immediately quickly confirmed with one more low into the handshake tag. Going to spend the bar as well to knock that Braum out of town. And it's just one Darius left.
Yeah, both characters have been good from Flowchart Ken, but I feel like just from Darius, Braum has been more the problem, I think. So
yes.
we'll see if being able to isolate that has been a bit better here. Fury Cancel is one of the strongest things on Darius, though.
Yeah, and we'll see it potentially come up right here, but that Fury timer is going to tick down, as now you have to hold this, but you found the opportunity to press, you found the opportunity to get some of the damage in on board. Knock back full screen, but immediately try to check him with those wave dashes, but we'll just come through once more, 2S. Gonna keep him safe, but we'll just 2H of our own.
Yeah, the anti-air keeping it safe, keeping it stable, a round apiece, a game apiece, a top 16 qualifier, taking it down to the wire here, and an empty jump low is going to be the starter, but unfortunately tries to go a little too optimal. That was a bit too far away.
Yeah, anything's possible. Oh, finds the big punish right there, but not able to get a full confirm. Just spaced out too much. More great interrupt right there. Just immediately go off that super where you can knock him with the overhead as well and use the assist to guarantee that combo to connect in. And now it is just Darius left once again for Flowchart Ken, which we've seen time and time again that, you know, it struggles a little bit without that Braum. And HUEBERT already just keeping the aggression up on them. Bleed is applied. Quickly tag into the Ekko. Cover that roll as well. It should put them very, very close to death.
I like spending that little bit extra meter too, just to get, you know, as much as you can. Bleed is still applied. 2H for the anti-air. HUEBERT is good for it. Still had a break, still had plenty of meter. Nothing here in the top 16.
And we got to get a quick little brief glance at the teams. We haven't gotten to see either of these players yet so far. Actually, they've only been playing off screen. But we have the Yasuo and Darius for Hikari, and then Ahri Jinx actually brings it.
Ahri Jinx with double down is situationally one of the highest damage team cards, as we've seen. We were talking about the SKD tweet a little bit earlier, but situationally this team does an unbelievable amount of damage because of being able to go orb into the DHC into Jinx's second super, the rocket that goes up. It's too good.
And I think if you're like comfortable with your neutral, like, and with your fundamentals in this game, having access to that kind of comp later down the ranks and just like, okay, I won a round, I then lost another, but I was able to build the meter and steal it, is going to be super, super beneficial. But right here, we're finding a great happy birthday that INZEM was able to find, and already having one of those characters kill and some extra damage already off to the Darius.
Yeah, things are going a little bit out of control. This might already be the end of the round here. Hikari's not even going to spend the Fury, is going to hold on to it to have full break at the start of the next round. Definitely smart. That was a very tough situation to get yourself out of.
Yeah, we'll see if they can find it once more. INZEM already going to be trying to escape out with that, already trying to reset to neutral, but dealing with the sandwich mix right here. I got hit. We'll restand as well. Just waited for them, caught them on the back roll right here, but INZEM got rewarded for that patience that was coming from Hikari and was able to find a very, very solid hit.
Oh, for the jump over, I thought that was going to be a tag for sure. Instead, we just let the assist do the work. That Jinx rocket's so good, has so much hit stun. You have a lot of time to get the pickup here. And Ahri is going to be able to try and go for the route of her own, but unfortunately misses the second Spirit Rush.
Yeah, it was like even trying to get like a little reset off of that, but Hikari recognized it, was able to just bash that 5L and get out of there.
You just run it up like that? That's crazy. Of course, we're going to be able to get the stop there.
Rio just reset him back out once more. Finds the big hit as well. And that's going to be forcing the break out over on INZEM's side. But it does immediately find a hit and has a ton of meter on deck. So potentially we could see that that high damage routing coming out very, very quickly from INZEM.
Oh no, it doesn't matter how much good neutral you play, it doesn't matter how good your combo routing is. S2, down S2 into super is inevitable.
Oh, that run was just so common. Hikari just trying to get INZEM to eat something right there, but stays safe. And now INZEM able to get some extra damage, missed the full conversion that they were looking for onto the Yasuo, and will just quickly press that 2L to finally confirm. But you're not dead just yet. Both these players dropping at the most unopportune times.
Yeah, a couple tough situations in a row, and as well as that super assist from Jinx does a ton of chip with the multi-missile. But it looks like Hikari might be having some connection issues here, but INZEM says, you know, let me take that round real quick.
Yeah, you take everything where you can get it, and that's going to be INZEM taking that round right at the very end.
Yeah, let me take a look and just see.
Make sure everything's all good right there.
Let's say, are they going to jump straight back in? Maybe going to go for a little bit of a reset here. Who knows? We'll have to see. Either way, INZEM doing a great job locking down that first game.
And it does look like the players are going to be going back into it. So, you know, just maybe, you know, sometimes you're like, yeah, just take the round. All right, we you know, get the reset where you can.
Already good timing on the jump over there. Meets jumps up for the air-to-air in that situation as well. Unfortunately, ends up having to spend the burst, but does use the rocket to great effect to protect that assist.
Yeah, and now just, like, you see the patience right here, right? A lot of people would just default to immediately try to go for the Jinx zoning. Once again, you can't do that on reaction against a Yasuo player, because they will just punish you for it super, super quickly, forcing the breakout very early for both these players as well. But we find a great punish onto the axe pull follow-ups.
Yeah, you've got to be a little more careful when you go for the headbutt there. Oh, but you do not have to be careful on the jump-ins, apparently. Full sends a JH. Here comes the super, but Yasuo interrupts it.
And there we're going to get a quick kill, no meter spent as well. That's when it's needed, and INZEM now only has that Jinx, but we've seen other people do it before. Let's see if they can bring out this this crazy, crazy solo Jinx that some people have.
Oh, I already like that backing up, try and catch the tech throw here. Control of the corner is the most important thing. Unfortunately, loses control of it here, but because of the super, it should be almost enough damage. Not quite.
Yeah, but we'll just pop that beam once more if you tried to challenge. No, but we'll parry through a large chunk of it, and even off that DHC as well. Not going to make it work. And now INZEM has to hold the Yasuo pressure.
Oh, Fury activated. So many resources have been spent by INZEM in this round to try and get the secure. So if you do not win this, this would be massive. You spent your Fury, you spent all of your meter.
But
that's
what
a
cost?
heartbreaker. Oh, God. Like, the amount of meter spent. Went for the super, went for the second super, and called Ahri super assist at the same time. Spent every single resource to try and close that round out. That's massive for Hikari to stay in this.
Yeah, and being able to, like, it's a lot of resources spent in general, but doing that on Double Down, where those resources really make your fuse and make your team composition work to the level that you're looking for, yes. It is just like a very, very scary situation. Now, we're already seeing them quickly take back some of that tempo, right? Get some of that meter regen coming up early with all these big confirms. But it might not be enough if Hikari can make one good read.
Somebody said that this Darius skin looks like Cell, and I can't unsee it, so I have to make sure everyone else sees it.
No, they're so right. They're so right.
It's literally just perfect Cell Darius. I can't believe I haven't been playing this color. Sorry, I'll be reading chat sometimes. Here comes the super. Does get the interrupt once again. Yasuo is just consistently beating that.
And Hikari waited as well, saw that they were trying to go for some fake mix right there, and just immediately challenged it. Once again, INZEM back to that solo Jinx versus two characters, but 2S2 into the super has been working time and time again. Quick. Laser beam gonna connect on the happy birthday. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, jump backwards with the jump medium. Couldn't quite find the mark. This time the projectile finds it, and I really do think, especially with the fully charged taser already in the back pocket, I really like INZEM chances here. But the 3H is a great starter and forces the Fury.
See them get the freeze right there, but not gonna fully apply. Laser super once again gets clipped right at the tip of that jump in. Hikari almost had it, but INZEM gonna take that round right now. Just sitting 2 health bars away from taking this top 8 qualifier.
Hikari has so much meter, has got to start spending it here. That is a nightmare of a situation. We mash 5L. What a press.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just have the confidence to know, like, hey, you're not going to do anything real scary right here, and I'm going to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, it's also incredibly hard in these weird double side swap, like sandwich situations, to not sometimes leave a gap. So a good 5L it'll win the day sometimes.
Here we go. Send the bomb coming through. You do get shocked into the skies as well, but unfortunately INZEM can't finish the loops.
Ooh, that air projectile into the tag was definitely scary. Instant overhead after the dash. We saw some kind of normal was attempted there. If it was a 2H, maybe it would have worked, but unfortunately, the standing normals do not find the mark.
But here we go once again. 2S2 going to be adding a bunch of damage. That bleed was procced as well, so it would have been scary to just hold that. And that's why INZEM knew that they had to challenge, knew that they had to keep the pressure going. Fury is going to get popped after that 5L confirm, but that dash didn't go the distance that they were looking for. And now quickly confirming that super, though, does lose the Ahri.
Oh, this is going to be a lot of damage in the corner. That was a great time to burst for sure. You were going to take so much damage, but does get the jump away from the super assist attempt from Yasuo.
The patience that'll just block that jump and then know that they can challenge appropriately. Big anti-air this time, though. But do we have enough resources to kill? I think we do. And that's going to be INZEM taking it 2-0 over Hikari.
Incredibly strong showing. Maybe the strongest Jinx we've seen the entire time.
That makes sense. That definitely makes sense right there. So it'll be interesting to see. I do, like I said, we've seen that Jinx Illaoi comp work before, right? Like that was what Nephew was bringing to the table, and it was very, very strong. But like Nephew didn't have like the big tech monster Illaoi stuff really like fully down pat. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, does Ricky have that if they can get a chance to get that party started? But right now they've got to lock down to the corner.
Jump in. I definitely like the idea. Trying to go in with the fireball behind it. Gets the launcher and tries to delay, but Ahri stays on the ground, stays patient, very smart.
Uses the fireballs as well to try to get some zoning good, but we'll just immediately handshake tag as soon as we've been given that opportunity. Now full tumble into the corner as well. Catch it with the meaty, but they were looking for a tick throw set or something, so they gave Ricky another chance at life.
I like that, some of the tentacle as well. Consumes it right away to try and get aggressive. I definitely like the idea with that as well. If your opponent has room to back away from it, might as well get the value while you can, but that dash up parry, that feels like it's got to be an execution error.
Yeah, potentially we'll have to see, but oh, that's a big punish right there. As Ricky thought a handshake tag was coming through, but just the assist was coming. The Darius rolled in from downtown and came in with that super to confirm the kill right there. And now you're just left with solo Jinx.
Learned a new route today. 5M, 5H, 6H, jump S1. Okay, after the crumple, I see you. I did not know that one. Got another one for the toolbox here.
We're learning everything. We're learning everything at the 11th hour of this game right now. There we go, big jump in right there, able to try to make some of this Ahri work, but you've only got 30 seconds left on the clock. Try to kill 2 characters. It is technically possible, but it's gonna be very difficult. Let's see if Ricky can do it.
Was definitely good, had a decent amount of damage off of it here. Is gonna, oh no, and I think that actually might just be the nail in the coffin. It would take a big error here from JaazzRap. Just play it safe and solid with the Ahri, a character who's really good in these types of situations.
Yeah, it's gonna knock some health off that Darius right there, try to build some extra meter off it, but we're just running away. We got 3 seconds left.
Time's up.
Yeah, it's gonna be JaazzRap taking that first round with that timeout right there.
Ready. Let's go.
Oh. Down S1, trying to get a very aggressive read off of the start here. Zoning game continues to ramp up though for Ricky. Tries to go for the dash forward, gets checked though on the low.
Yeah, with the amount of like forward movement that they've been trying to bring, right? Just immediately saying like, hey, you're gonna do anything you try to backdash, trying to run forward to get some like free mix going off of a stalled situation. Just immediately checking with that low is gonna be work super well for all the Dariuses that we've had on screen so far. Get that super to connect as well. Shouldn't be enough to kill, but it's gonna be a lot of damage, especially with that bleed being applied. No, that did kill. I'm wrong. I am wrong. Oh my god.
All right, we got our reset. Time to go in for the next one here.
Oh, but that's a big anti-air with the Illaoi. Not able to, you know, finally confirm onto the Ahri, but getting some free damage on that Darius.
Continuing to just dash forward and harass with Rekka 1. Ends up spending the Fury there.
Full screen hit right here. Oh, but the Darius shoulder check going to be coming in from behind, and they weren't ready for it. Now does forward roll out of the corner, finds it on the Ahri. Will force that break.
Into another situation now where you're gonna have to find something. 3H again though is so good at checking these backdashes.
That's been working out wonders for them as well. Just popping this confirm as well. Knows that they need to spend the meter on that Ahri as well. Because we didn't have enough to get the level 2 to guarantee the kill just with that Darius. But it doesn't matter. In the end, we find it. We find a way to go up 1-0.
Extremely impressive showing. Very stable from JaazzRap right now. The Darius is looking very strong here as we go for the tag. Did get a little bit of damage on Ahri. Not much to show on Darius though. We're still living.
See, another great hit right here, and I think that is you know, sort of akin to what we were saying before, like having that very simple Darius to just like be your front runner and then put all your lab time into that Ahri. Find those really messed up things you can do to make this team work. And JaazzRap is showing a lot of success with that.
Oh, unfortunately jumps backwards into the fireball there, so that missile saves the day, but can't get any offense off of the tentacle. Could not keep him locked down.
We'll tag that Ahri assist though, and then we immediately tag into the Jinx. Try to control that zoning a little bit more. Great anti-air, but you're actually going to trade, and then they get the handshake tag into the Ahri as well. You're not going to be eating a big grip if you can finish that combo. JaazzRap not able to just yet.
I think that's definitely good. I like the retreating guard as well. Unfortunately, still gets caught out there. I feel like once the assist hits, you might just be able to smash the retreating guard again, but we'll never know. Jinx is gone. There's no chance we survive the headless.
No, not this time, not this time. But we're back to that solo Illaoi, which we've seen the rummagings like, hey, maybe we can make this work. We just need to make a really, really good read. And this might be the start that they're looking for. Had the dash, but not able to pick anything up after that 3H.
Yeah, even after the tech roll there, dude, the 3H continues to be such a good normal for tracking things down. Once again gets caught on the legs. Oh, it's a massacre. That normal is unblocked in these late block strings.
Yeah. And it, like, JaazzRap has just been like seeing, hey, this works again and again, like you were saying, and has not found a chance to stop them from doing it. And we won't stop finding these early confirms onto this Illaoi, adding a lot of damage. It's going to probably see Ricky potentially try to switch over to that Jinx, play that more defensive zoning play, but will instead just super through your own 2S right there.
Oh, once again, dash up sweep though. And just the medium on wake up. Dude, we have a read on the way we're trying to play this offense here. Knew Ricky was going to try and do something a little too aggressive. And now this is that Darius bleed that we talk about so much. You are going to get chipped out for sure, even with the push block.
Yeah, even with the push block, the Ahri super was able to chip enough. That's some great recognition on this game state to know what you need to do. And now Ricky gonna be trying to zone out. Just gonna be trying to stop this else from getting sandwiched right there by immediately just running closer to that Ahri.
Has plenty of time to work with here. And okay, slides on in with the down forward light. The 3L worked out in the end, but unfortunately no combo to show for it.
Yeah, and then we immediately just run up check with that 5L from Darius that does force the Fury out. And as soon as Ricky tried to go back in, JaazzRap was ready for it and ready to keep the pressure going.
And the dash in H, that should absolutely be enough here. Secured the knockdown into the Spirit Rush, and that is going to be the finish for JaazzRap. Top 8 winners side for this guy. Like, once you've learned to get good at something, you know how to improve, so it's something that you can work on pretty easily.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how these players end up wanting to be doing right here. It looks like, yeah, so Yata is going to be on Ekko Yasuo, which is kind of expected for, I think, how they have been wanting to play Guilty Gear Strive in the past, from what I remember. But Evasion going to be on that Darius and Yasuo comp.
Yeah, I was expecting the Ahri from Evasion, but I like this team regardless here. The knockdown. Yep. Oh, and with the wind wall, of course, we're able to set up the tornado. Listen, little Rashid level 2 never hurt nobody.
You got to Rashid level 2 in every game that you can right there. Did find the 2L check right there with the Ekko, but just decided to go for tick throw set, and we'll go for one more throw as well. And they tried to go for a third throw, but Evasion was like, no, I'm not having it. Get me out of here.
Oh, on the jump in, actually ends up forcing the burst out there. Tried to extend with the assist, but because we have that freestyle fuse, we're able to swap up once again. Nothing personal.
Yeah, it sets the time bomb. Oki as well. Oh my goodness, that was so much damage off that happy birthday. You are now having to fight for your life here, Evasion.
Oh, not quite. After the jump in, but we find the parry. Evasion extremely ready for that sequence.
Now just the patience coming through. Didn't check that out, so no Yasuo assist to tag in right there. And we're still trying to find something. We have a lot of time left, but unfortunately Yata says we don't got it anymore. Taking that first round.
Full break still available for Evasion. The low gets checked right away, but because of the pull-in of the assist, we're already able to get a decent amount of damage here for Evasion.
Hordes roll out. You're gonna be setting the wind wall, so you can't try to, do anything crazy from that full screen. A threat of the follow-up, but we'll just keep the pressure locked down both into Yasuo mirrors now. And a great 2H gonna come out from Evasion right there from that full distance. Try to mix them up, but instead we'll just catch that back tech.
Safe and simple once again with the routing here. Secured the knockdown. Rolls out once again. The jump medium into the throw though. A pixel of life left. Not even gonna get to see anything else with it. The dash up OTG.
Yeah, just great recognition to spend that meter to guarantee the OTG right there. It's something that like I feel like sometimes you miss when you're playing. It's like, oh, I got the throw. It's like, oh god, I can kill. So excellent stuff from Evasion right there, trying to make that yes to connect right there, but it's not going to work out just yet. But Yata will get hit with the bleed super, get knocked full screen, but still try to take their turn back.
Oh, trying to sneak in the... See, that's the scariest thing, is if you armor break a down S2 from Darius, just know that if you drop your combo, you either have to do it again or you have to block because they are still present. It's just, that is a universal truth.
When in doubt, 2S out where you can right here. Ooh, good mix-up. Going to be forcing the breakout from Evasion pretty early on, but we're still checking that full jump in came through. Now, just playing the patience, throwing out that wind while both players trying to stop any kind of projectile follow-up to come through.
I like that. Oh, yes. Neutral. Wind walls up both full screen. This is my favorite.
You see, that's why you wanted to go for the delay wind wall right there, because as soon as they tried to go for the wind wall follow-up to press through that, you just got full stopped by it. And now off of that, Yata was able to get some additional echo pressure to come through, which forced Evasion to now go back into that Darius to try to catch him out, but got mixed up by the handshake tags.
Oh, and you heard the super was trying to come out, but unfortunately doesn't make its way through. Tries to reclaim the clone. Getting back to that could have been massive. But instead, after we use the wind wall there, was scared of the parry, doesn't continue the block string, and we steal the turn so aggressively. Yata's decision making is so quick.
Yeah, they have been ready for it, being able to confirm into the ultimate as well. We're gonna be, seeing some time bomb. Okay, potentially no, just quickly checking them as soon as they try to jump out of the skies. And now Evasion forced to go into that solo Yasuo, but immediately gets clipped out to pop, so they're forced to pop Fury here.
Okay, having access to that Fury cancel and needs to spend it at some point, but the dash underneath, once again, the freestyle, being able to have those multiple tags makes that situation such a nightmare. It's a pure guess on where your opponent's even gonna be.
They weren't able to get that mix to work out how they wanted to, but they just needed one more touch afterwards, and that's going to be Yata taking round number 1.
Ekko wins.
Game on the board already definitely looking strong. See if Yata can keep up that same momentum. I'm really liking it felt like we didn't get to see much Yasuo play from either of them, except for just like wind walls.
Yeah, we saw like the Yasuo mirrors happen where they were just like wind walling, but they were immediately just trying to transition out of that into their other characters, saving both the viewers at home and us from the confusion of which Yasuo was doing stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say that match definitely felt like Darius versus Ekko, but
yeah,
on the double tag here is gonna reclaim the clone once again, sets up the time winder to stop the jump in. Oh, gets mashed on.
Yeah, great challenge off that 2L right there. We've been seeing them try to corpse walk a lot to just force them into the corner and try to get some extra free pressure, but so challenging on that has been very, very beneficial for them.
Oh, nice block. Sneaky stuff after the stance. Dashes up with a low, though, and that retreating guard. If your opponent's going to retreating guard, it's time to bring out Reliable. 3H is a great answer there for Darius.
Yeah. See just yet. We will try to handshake tag to mix him up a little bit, but instead we're just going to tag out into our Ekko for Yata. Immediately try to pop into there, push him back to that full screen, and force them to be a little aggressive with that Yasuo. But we got a great run-up throw right here. Now force that Ekko into the corner and finally air them, but can't finish the combo.
Oh, that was tough too, because situations like that can be really difficult in the corner. S2 into the super. Get away from me. That's a third of your life. I hope that teaches you to stop pressing.
But we'll just do it again. We burst and we still have that character alive. Evasion, though, finally finding a big jump in with that Yasuo. Going to be able to keep him locked down in the corner. Potentially just going to try to reset him in the air, but it's not going to work out just yet. Tags back into the Darius, keep him alive, and deal some damage onto that Ekko, but you get parried as soon as you try to do that, and now Evasion is looking potentially at a dead Darius.
No, but tries to go a little too optimal on the combo there and ends up getting the drop. That's Evasion with 2 characters left over, but life total's relatively even. And he tried to bait the Fury there.
Yeah, you've been trying to bait that Fury multiple times right here, but it is so dangerous to bait that Fury because even if you successfully baited it, sometimes you don't get that full punish, and you had a chance to almost finish that combo to kill, but you missed it at the very end, and now we are back to Yasuo versus Ekko with only 13 seconds left on the clock.
Oh no, both of them whiff the air, those ships in the night. In the end, Evasion is able to find the anti-air. Getting around here, trying to answer this game back. Burst almost back for both characters now.
Reset into the tornado right here, but air throw going to come through for the Ekko. Fun to regain control a little bit and finds a chance to come up close, but we will parry as you try to get some damage onto my assist.
Oh, answered quickly on the burst. Trying to dash backwards. What a block! Okay, Evasion!
Showing that they were ready for it. They did get hit by that like the first time it came through this set, but now already ready for some of this mix that's going to come through. It's going to force Yata to make some changes right here, trying to mix them up as we are now in Handshake Tag City, but we are blocking this out the whole time, and you escape scot-free.
But we have just so consistently had the parries on deck so far from both of these players. This has been the best use of parries I've seen in one of these tournament matches.
It's like you were saying before that you can't just get away with spamming some of these moves from full screen, because once the players are ready to parry them, it's going to be very, very dangerous. And Yata and Evasion are showing that to the nth degree here.
Oh, okay, that was sneaky. Went for the throw and then immediately tags. Jump away. We still had our win wall though. Secures a knockdown. I don't think we were ready for that knockdown though.
Yeah, it does not look like it, but we were ready for the handshake tag right here to finally find the kill. Has to spend the super at the very end. But Yata now just left of this Ekko, but it's not a ton of health left for either of their characters, so they really are only a couple touches away still. Yata now just keeping the pressure up, tries to set the Chrono Bomb down, but instead gets thrown out of their own pressure.
Oh, and the jump over, secured the whiff punish there. Had to spend the Fury if you wanted to try and stay in this one.
Handshake tries to mix him up, but Yata recognized that on the screen freeze and immediately just found the opportunity to jump out right there, and is now playing patient, trying to utilize that speed that Ekko has to their advantage, and catches them with the low, forcing the breakout now for Evasion to tag it to the Yasuo.
And especially with the amount of time left over, Evasion is getting so much life on the Darius here. The happy birthday is really the only way this could have happened, but unfortunately that 2L wasn't enough on that little connection. I'm wondering if maybe instead of OTGing, we just mash super. Maybe it hits the assist enough to get the victory.
That's the only thing I can think. Like, just like mash that 2L immediately, go like spend 3 bars, go into your ultimate, and like maybe it works. But I don't even know if there'd be enough time left on the clock to get the super connect at that point.
Yeah, there was a lot of calculus going into that one for sure. You know, thoughts aside, into the next match. Game of peace right now. Burst already off the table for Yata. And Evasion is going to be able to take advantage here with the Yasuo conversion.
Immediately, yeah, just roll text out. Tried to go for the cross/slash meaty, but it didn't work out just yet. We'll roll out of your own pressure right there. And as soon as you tried to get fancy Yata, Evasion was ready for it, and it just like, quickly had that Darius shoulder check. And now we're already back to Ekko.
Check with that crouching medium. Goes for the tag. Too far for the crouching light. Gets the headbutt though. Everything coming up Evasion right now, at least in this the early going.
Sometimes you just need to get the read of how your opponent's feeling, especially when you get this far into the set right now. Does find the confirm. We will just go into the headless. Confirm right at the very end to take that round. Force Evasion to spend that bar, but Yata doesn't have a ton of resources on their own end to really make or break a big difference, but that first hit should change that.
Oh no, wind wall unfortunately doesn't really do anything for you in that moment. Evasion manages to get away and secures the anti-air that gets the breakout.
There we go, just once again pressuring players, trying to find a big opportunity to get their opponent to break. That dash up throw gonna work out. Tried to use Stomp to check him out from that roll, but it's not gonna work just yet. And now we have the Darius neutral back in action for Evasion.
Both of them trying to commit pretty hard to finding the air throw. Nice little jump back.
Evasion trying to be very committal with some of these like anti-air options, but that was so smart. In the gap, actually going into the air to block, so you're only having to deal with left-right instead of high-low. That's some insane recognition from Evasion right there.
Definitely, definitely. As the Taiwaner comes through, does try to get the extra extension, and it was behind him the whole time.
The
That's
bomb
so
was still
unfortunate.
sitting there. You were ready. You were like, oh, I have the confirm. I can immediately catch the root. But Yata had set themselves up to be safe.
Oh, love the connection into the headless. Take your damage while you can. I'm interested to see how much meter we're willing to commit to this from Evasion's side, knowing that you're already up around. You could potentially close this out here, but no need to be too aggressive if you don't need to.
Yeah, and I think you're seeing... Oh, I was going to say they're looking to save that bar, but they were immediately trying to check with the parry right there because they knew that if they could get it, they would. But now they're sitting at 1 pixel of health and immediately just trying to do anything they can. But Yata is just running that clock down.
I was going to say, if you're just going to do that, I'm just going to build some meter. Makes sense to me. This is going to leave us down to a round apiece.
All right, yeah, it gets thrown, but like that's gonna be a lot of like big meter build if you just allow him to get a couple run up throws right here. Can we get one more coming through? No, we'll just jab immediately on that roll check because I think they realize like, oh, I'm just gonna allow him to build a bar for free if I let this happen once more.
I was gonna say, I respect trying to play the game outside the game, but you gain nothing there. You're not really gaining first. Your opponent's gaining meter. You know, the best financial decision here in terms of gameplay, but it's all right. Still looking good.
Sometimes you gotta style on your opponent. You gotta get that mental damage. Break already popping for Yata, and Evasion ready for that immediate jump in afterwards with the 2H. Tornado comes through into the level 3 ultimate confirm right there. So a lot of damage onto the Yasuo.
Definitely well worth the meter spent, especially with your opponent not having break available here. Jump in lands, but it was a little too far, it seemed.
Good throw as well. Going to be building some more time for that gray health to recover from Yata's end. Break has been popped though.
Oh, Yata needs to be way more careful with how we're sending these jump-ins here. And unfortunately gets jumped in on himself. There's the headless for another good chunk of damage.
Yeah, now being forced to deal with the bleed that's coming through. Has the Yasuo as well to keep that chip going. But we're going to be tagging your assist while that's happening as well.
All right, listen. You can't have done what you did last round and then lose. So this has to be a victory for Yata. You can't let that happen. Don't let that be your 2x KO legacy.
They've got 3 bars on deck. They have full fury. They can make something happen, and they're finding a couple of very solid hits. But they got to lock in and keep it tight right now.
Okay, things are really starting to add up here. Getting good damage on the other side. Whiffs the throw, but the throw ends up coming through. Fury as an attempt to break out, but down 2S is inevitable. Well, I see you, homie. Oh. Looks like they're about ready to go, though. INZEM was missing, but now we are found. And again, the trademark Braum coming out. A knight to try and save the day here, facing off against INZEM. Mid-range zoning team that has been such a problem for so many players today.
They'll have to see if they can deal with it. Being able to use Porotos to actually stop a lot of the early Jinx set play is very big, right? Like, Braum normally doesn't have tools. You would think a character like Braum wouldn't have the tools to, like, anti-zone that efficiently, but not enough damage showing that, hey, they're ready for it, and they're ready to use these in a little more creative of a way, but we're already going to be forcing breakout from not enough damage as INZEM got a really good early hit, as they'll find another one in this quarter.
Oh, dropped the combo, but it ended up actually resetting because the you know, the rocket on the way down does make the connection a bit later. 2H attempt, but again, Cold Star very good for those anti-airs, we'll say.
There we go. Great punish on the retreating guard right there with not enough damage. Forced the breakout of INZEM's own end right here. And now we have the wall coming through. INZEM tried to delay their air momentum just a little bit, but not enough damage. Still ready for it and still ready to reset into that neutral. But these buttons from Ahri have been so on point for INZEM.
Loving the confirm as well. Yeah, that down forward Spirit Rush in the corner is able to get that crumple. Looks for the chase down afterwards, and we do get the tag out, so at least Yasuo gets to live, but Braum might not be so lucky. We do drop the combo in mid-screen, though.
Yeah, and that gives you another chance for now, but unfortunately, you are going to pop that break right there, force the tag out, trying to make sure you can take that round. And now INZEM just going to be playing very defensive. You have all the time in the life in the world. You get to play a little bit of strike throw right here.
Yeah, no reason to overextend, especially with a projectile assist on your side. Opens things up extremely well. Not enough damage on the solo Braum. Not looking like there's much of a chance, especially with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, and especially not with that much health that was left right there. But that was a lot of meter build that actually happened for not enough damage right there. Taking that little bit of extra time, right? So, having 4 bars across these 2 characters is going to be very, very beneficial.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one of the balancing factors of Braum as well, is that Braum is a goated teammate. Super, super strong. In the current version of the game, absolutely exceptional. Homie does not swim very well by himself. He's not very good at piloting the ship on his own. He needs somebody to be the sidekick for. So as soon as you get into that solo, Braum is probably one of the worst solo characters in the game.
Yeah, he is the ultimate guardian. He's not the ultimate point character. But here we go. Just got big confirms right here off that double down Ahri Jinx for a ton of damage. Now we tag back into that Braum, right? That does actually trigger the monkey grenade right here, but we tech out of the throw. Not enough damage ready for it.
Oh, trying to go for the charge there, but we do whiff punish it with the stun gun. Very nice for the damage here. And again, the corner positioning, so we have plenty of room to back up if we want, but INZEM says all forward all the time, baby. We're in there.
Pressure a little more, and now we're just back to that classic zoning game, being able to have all those Jinx projectiles coming through while Ahri maintains it. Dash punch still connects. Tornado gonna come out to try to catch him, but you can't. The Ahri is too nimble here.
Smart there, just block it out. The Jinx is gonna take damage, but he's gonna overextend, ends up spending the burst and goes for the tag here.
Yeah, it does tag him in the super. Ends up staying safe, but the big jump in from the Yasuo right here. Just going to be able to continue to lock him down. He sets him back into the corner. Does push block into the super confirm right here. Laser going to guarantee the kill as Ahri comes in for the final touch.
Now it's one of the situations where you do have the Fury and you're going to have to spend it aggressively at some point. Here's the connection for very good damage. Actually, this might be dead. I think you just die with the level 3. The ultimate comes through, and here comes the Poros.
They're just coming in for their snack, and you happen to be in their way. But INZEM still has a lot of life on that Jinx, and it is Jinx versus Braum, right? She can't just zone him out. He has to make a lot of very committal options to try to deal with some of the zoning potential. And Jinx is going to deal good damage if she can land a solid hit. Big throw early on that pressure of trying to come through, and now we just lay him out. We've got 5 seconds left on the clock. You have to have a miracle to have this round end.
Yeah, no way to be able to make that one work. INZEM is able to take it, and the throw was really good because it did obviously stall time. It did a decent little chunk of damage as well, but Braum loses that shield buff when he gets knocked down, so the throw losing that buff was massive. So your threat in neutral is cut in half in a moment like that.
And that's just showing you the expertise that INZEM has being ready for this kind of team comp right here. Already keeping the aggression down once again, forces the break off soon as not enough damage finds a hit. But now tagged into the Braum, trying to make an opportunity to get that freeze potential, but we got the Poro extensions coming out first.
That was trying to secure a hard knockdown there. Super into the tag once again, and this gives Jinx plenty of time to get a little bit of setup. He chooses just to use the monkey and dash in.
Yeah, I think it was looking for an opportunity to mix him up off of it, but not enough damage. Was immediately ready to just swap out to that Yasuo as soon as they saw that Jinx coming through to try to challenge her, trying to go for some mix this time, but the get-up attack gonna connect.
Most Jinx have not been using choppers. I wonder if they're just like, if people just don't think they're that strong, or if people are like just more worried about setting up the, they just think the air projectile is better. I'd be interested to know.
Yeah, I just from like a think about it, like the air projectile definitely covers a lot more of the options that people are bringing to the table right now, right? Just as not enough damage is bringing the damage to the table with this combo right here. It has to burn the DHC to guarantee the kill, but that puts you at solo Jinx versus Braum Yasuo, which is generally going to be very, very good for the for that duo.
Slides on pass, gets that little bit extra damage, and the OTG, of course, stands in the step. Is very good in a moment like that.
This is the full slash extension, but we'll just give a good old-fashioned American reset right here. Confirm into the super as well. Say hello to the Rashid level 2. Not enough damage taken that round.
Yeah, back in the board in a dominant way for INZEM. 2 rounds in a row in that first game. Got to be a little bit frightened, and now another whiff punish into a combo. That super tag has looked so strong.
It is like the fundamental building block of this team, because even if they block it, you're getting a left-right mix. So you get they have to hold a large amount of pressure, especially versus a character like Braum who wants to be super committal. It's very good. Chomper gonna connect at the end of this combo to give it a little bit more extension, as INZEM now bringing him all the way from coast to coast to coast.
Oh, the fireball that would have whiffed on Yasuo, but Braum unfortunately tags in, and he's a little too tall. He takes it on the top of the helmet, trying to use that S2 to get some armor, buy some time, deal some damage to the assist as well. But it's just, oh, INZEM full control this round.
Checks out. Yeah, just immediately go into the super as a guaranteed whiff punish in case it didn't work out. We still had Jinx's backup, but now you got a Yasuo, about a 5th of health in a dream.
Yeah, stomp doesn't quite work out. Once again, here it comes.
Blocks though, he pops the retreating guard as well, and able to find a punish, but it did force that break to come out. That 2H whiff is huge now. It's gonna give not enough damage a chance. Try to even out the life totals at least on the characters.
We have plenty of time for sure too. 45 seconds left on the clock, 3 meters. Both these characters die on 1 hit. One clean touch each and you're gone. The choppers!
It's going to be able to connect, but so does not enough damage. His own sword finds the OTG after the air throw right there, but it's going to get tossed with the dash up throw that came out from INZEM.
Wow, a very aggressive angle to take there. Ends up working out. Almost 3 bars on the table for not enough damage here for both characters. We find the sweep, find the Poro toss, and get a little bit extra damage on this one.
Yeah. I think more importantly that it's screen positioning, being able to force them to either forward roll and have to hold the Yasuo mix, or back roll and then they're stuffed in the corner, which is exactly where you want them to be. But there we go, into the dash straight, super confirmed right there. Going to be able to knock them down. Has the Poro as well to toss out the Jinx assist.
Oh, got the anti-air, tried to sneak in with the low. Love the idea. Might be time to lean into that command though. We haven't seen it yet, and INZEM is very content to block.
It's interesting because I feel like not enough damage has been very liberal with their command grab use in other sets. So
yeah,
interesting to see that they haven't had an opportunity to really make it work. Maybe they just feel like INZEM has been challenging on those gaps a lot better and is scared to take a big punish for it.
Oh, reversal super does not work out, but the DHC does in the end. The double down paying off.
Everybody prepares for just bait the super out right here, but the double down came through. Now double down allows a tag of their own, but that tag's gonna lead to a dead Ahri. And now not enough damage. Looking alive once again. The start of the set was a little scary, but able to find this comeback that they're looking for. Great air to air, but no full extension.
Oh, dash medium was just committed to the bit on that one. No other normal was gonna do the job. Here comes the super. Here comes the DHC. No, still alive.
Yeah, and now you're gonna get hit with the full screen beam, and INZEM just gets to play very lame, but we'll just confirm into our own super to connect right at the very end, and not enough damage. Ties the setup 1-1.
Braum wins.
Yeah, saw the situation coming up, knew that chip was pretty much guaranteed, leaves it in 1-1. It's been extremely back and forth. Let's see if not enough damage can keep the momentum rolling, or if INZEM is able to counterpunch back. Fighting from the ropes right now, but definitely in it.
Yeah, we will. We'll have to see. INZEM though taking the time to breathe in between games. I'm a big fan of this. Just ice your opponent out at every opportunity that you're given.
INZEM in chat asked, "Dog, that's 1-1." That's 1-1, buddy. You're still in it.
Your fighter.
Let's see if they keep it up, but yeah, we'll see. Do they want to still rock the same comp? Do they have some crazy ideas, some new feuds they want to bring to the table at the last minute? No, we're still rocking with the double down.
Yeah, definitely like the idea with the double down. I think, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, somebody pointed out in chat, double down is the reason why this INZEM mix is working, because of the tag during the super.
Yeah, I think for these two characters, you want to specifically be going with double down. There is with some other characters, you're a little bit more free into the fuse for how you want to be playing, but for these two, double down is built for them.
throw to try and interrupt. Charges on through. Unfortunately, projectiles not useful in a moment like that. But the air-to-air almost goes in Jinx's favor.
Yeah, oh, but we do find a quick little overhead, and not enough damage. Thought the run-up throw was coming that INZEM had brought to the table a couple times, and instead got caught overhead, which did force the break. And now they're eating a grip of damage after this Ahri mix.
Yeah, the high-low, no way you can weather the storm on that one, especially with your break already spent. Combo game still looking good here. It's going to be a hard knockdown, and I guess for your character, and a deep cross-up will do it.
Not enough damage brought back to that solo Braum, but we're still very early into this final set between these two players. A little bit of time to build in, a little bit of time to maybe get some downloads on decisions of how they're thinking, but right now they're getting clipped with rockets left and right.
I don't know if Eddie was doing that for... Not enough damage was going for like data or what. That was the weirdest empty dash up I've ever seen from a grappler.
It was pretty crazy, but we'll just do it again right here. Gets the freeze applied as well. It should be enough to kill the Ahri should they choose to spend the bar, which they will. Level 1.
Going into the Jinx matchup, I actually think that's great. I think this is a matchup that Braum can definitely play. It's a little scary, but you know, we can close the distance.
It is committal anti-zoning versus committal zoning, and while you're getting this round start into the corner as well, it's very, very good for you. But you have to find something huge in these next 24 seconds, and that Fury has been applied. You're going to get tossed out of the ground once more. You do find the rollout, but you're not able to find the biggest extension in the world off of this. You need a massive hit in the next 10 seconds.
You have Fury still if you want to spend it. Oh no, and that stun gun might actually be might seal the deal. Again, knocking Braum down and making him lose his shield buff is the difference maker in a moment like that. All of the threat of the armor is gone and you're just cooked.
Yeah, but I think not enough damage realizes like it's most likely going to end up like that after that situation. So instead, just opting to save that Fury for this round, knowing that they'll need it for when that Ahri mix comes through, as INZEM did have a lot of meter still left on deck.
Away, Chompers on the assist. And the swaps, I like how aggressive we're dashing from INZEM here, but not enough damage. Couldn't quite find the mark on it.
Now handshake tag back in after blocking the mix. Trying to find something to own, but we find the falling JL right there. Gonna work out great for them.
Blind's gonna consume it right away to take some damage out on this one, and the late DHC. So we're just doing this just to get Yasuo in with the damage.
Yeah, it does wake up attack once again, very, very successfully as well. Pops into the orb super, does come back as well to lead us into some Jinx pressure. Now going to be holding the corner versus these rockets left and right. Ahri assist tries to check any kind of forward movement, but instead the Poro tried to anti-zone, but it still got caught by the monkey.
And I like that. You're going to make me tech that high in the air. I'm just going to full send it. Tries to go for the dive kick, but unfortunately gets thrown out of it. And now here comes the super. Into the DHC, maybe? No.
No, just into the level 2 as they were like pretty high up because they want to save that DHC for this point right here, right? Get the full laser beam. Forces out the break at this point. But if you kill this Braum, that Yasuo is put into a very, very scary situation. Tosses them, though, instead. Saying it's my game to win.
Tempa's definitely scary. Completely demolishes the fireball, but wake up standing light. Just mashing on our quickest normal.
Yeah, and this will force a tag into the Jinx as well, so there's health going into this final round. 23 seconds left onto the clock with this Yasuo. Not enough damage. Needs a miracle to win this.
OTG with the hop over. Pops the Fury to try and get aggressive. Gotta stay relevant. And there we go. The kill is going to make this completely doable. Jinx once again into a tough situation. And time is not on your side. The super comes through as we get our Fury.
That was like only possible because of the Jinx assist being called in and not enough damage being able to tag her on the way out, lowering her health to just guarantee that one-touch situation.
Wake up, get him, attack. Easy block.
INZEM, though, not letting what happened that last round get to them, immediately already putting a bunch of pressure on, not enough damage in the corner. And now we'll be continuing. Chomper there, going to be stopping any kind of forward movement coming through. Shield Bash forces the breakout, though.
Connection. As much damage as you can here. You have a ton of meter too. Spend at least a bar, I think. Yeah. Oh, even better. A meter from both, and then you're able to get the buff applied on Braum as well. This is really good for your pressure.
A great push block. If you had push block immediately into the Super DHC has just been like the bread and butter of INZEM, has rewarded them so much damage. Forced out into the Yasuo tag. Is now just waiting for an opportunity to make something happen right here.
The 2H, but we jumped a little bit too far over. Good use of the projectiles again, keeping him completely locked down. But Eddie just sends another jump forward and the throw whiffs.
But we'll get a throw of their own, even with that Braum out, not able to find any onto there, forces the breakout, tagging into the Braum. We need as much help as you can, but we still had freeze debuff available to us. Into the super, should DHC into the level 2 for some extra damage? No, we'll just keep him locked down. Oh no.
Oh, I had a good read too because INZEM was on the ground, but it was a little too far for the command throw. It needs to be a Herculean effort from Yasuo, but there's no point in even hyping it up. The fireball finds its mark immediately for INZEM.
Yeah, interesting to see, you know, what JaazzRap can do. Can they stop the dominance that Wade has been having so far? Or are they gonna, you know, face the wrath of everybody else that's come to fight Wade?
Starting now.
We'll see. We'll find out very quickly, I would assume, because both these players have been off to the races. They've been super aggressive, and for good reason. It's going to be both the Darius starting out, and they're both going to give up a little bit of space here, but unfortunately, that's going to get the break out of Wade straight away.
Yeah, because Wade wanted that breakout because they also know during that time they get that free run-up to guarantee at least one Ekko handshake mix. And if you can get that to work, or at least like force your opponent's break to go away, you're very happy with that trade, right?
Oh, definitely agreed. Things can go extremely your way off of this one, but I like, again, how patient everybody's kind of playing this one out, looking for the jump S1, just kind of threaten in neutral, but off the air-to-air, that's the go sign here. Unfortunately, runs straight into the stop sign of Ekko.
Yeah, and these two are very much playing, like, I feel like we've had some games like this, but this is very much how I've seen a lot of the other high-level matches go in this game, where both players are just playing a very patient neutral game for the first, like, 30, 40 seconds, until someone is able to find the right read, the right line to guarantee a character kill like this.
Do want to make sure, by the way, that everybody knows there is a spectator audio bug that happens occasionally, so it will be on for probably the rest of this game, but it is easily fixable, and we will definitely have it fixed for y'all in just a moment. Again, thanks for the patience with us with that.
It's you know, definitely still you know, we're in the alpha. Things are going to happen, just like JaazzRap currently trying to make this corner pressure happen, but immediately getting checked as soon as Wade is able to escape the corner.
Yeah, down S1, trying to go for that tracking fireball. Not going to work out in that hectic of a situation, and might as well just save the Fury. No reason to overextend it, especially with the life lead that Wade was able to build himself on that one.
He's right now. Great 2H right there, but did get checked by the Ahri assist. But as soon as they tried to find that happy birthday, they had to force that breakout.
Hey, big shouts to Leffit coming through with the raid. Appreciate you a lot, homie. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you very much. Grayson once again tried to look for the pull and look for the tag. Not going to quite work out in the end as we try to make some room for ourselves backing up. Looking for the whiff punish on Darius where we can. It's here after the tag. Puts the shoulder down. Manages to get both. Keep it short. Keep it simple. Make sure you take your damage. Darius down to just a little bit of life left. Not much to play with here. Especially after the rewind. Keeping the pressure up. Uses the push block here and goes for the tag. That manages to escape the corner and get the medium.
Yeah, and this is like, that's been very preen for them right here, but Wade, even escaping out right there, able to find a big route right here. Should be able to kill the Ahri with the super.
Now down to just a little bit of life, not much to play with here as we use the Spirit Rush to try and take some room, but from the top rope. Listen, WrestleMania Sunday, you already know. J2S.
Still keeping the pressure up. Try to use that 3H right there to check some of Wade's forward movement, but we'll instead do it with that Fury pop right here. And now we're in a classic Darius mirror match.
Still has the Fury dash cancel on deck though, at least for JaazzRap's side. Whipping these mediums as best we can. 2S coming through. Dude, the down S2 is so strong. It has been a dominant force, and especially in the Darius mirror, I feel like it has been interrupting things like crazy.
Yeah, it is just a stop sign button, right? It is just like saying, hey, you have to deal with this. Are you ready for it in this situation? And a lot of people just aren't right now.
Trying to follow through. The dash back. Love that normal jump height fireball there, controlling a ton of space, as well as leaving yourself with a little less ending lag as you fall. But unfortunately, the elbow finds the mark, goes for the tag for the reset, an extra bit of damage, and the whole team is bleeding for JaazzRap.
Yeah, this is a very scary situation. Wade even ready for that forward roll out of the corner to get that full tech chase. And now puts you once again back in that scary situation of only having Darius.
Again, he's capable, but it can be difficult sometimes to be able to find the mark solo here.
And the Ekko confirm as well very quickly. On into it, tries to go for one more quick little mix-up afterwards. We still will need one more touch as you don't have the meter on deck.
The hard knockdown though. Of course, with the time winder, we just roll on past. Another great mix-up here. Wade looking like the main character with this Ekko right now.
Someone's got to be it, and Wade's been the one I really feel like that's been putting this Ekko to the full potential in this bracket right here, though. We do have to mention JaazzRap, though, with that Ahri has been very, very dominant so far.
Definitely one of the top performers with the character for sure. Darius takes the hit on that one. Not too worried about the time winder though. Just for the jump over, but we're trying to bait out that anti-air, it seems.
Yeah, was able to find the shoulder tackle, but it was a little too late. We'd already committed to the back air dash, so JaazzRap not able to get the big full extension that they want so far, but we might get it here.
Missed out. Spirit Rush was just a touch too far away. Unfortunately, not a full combo on the other side, but that's okay. Positional win here for Wade.
Great air throw, does get the OTG pickup off it as well. Wade ready for that situation.
Oh, the timing on the assist call, though, kind of messed up his own combo. There wasn't much left to it, though, but it doesn't matter when you got damage like that. Bleed is applied.
But does immediately get rid of it very quickly for finding a quick little hit onto the Ekko. So great recognition from JaazzRap to like commit to like having to hold that screen space. You don't have to hold bleed, but you still have to hold 2S super.
Oh my god, I'm giggling like a child every time I see it. It's my favorite thing. It's what's gonna keep me coming back to this game. Good lord.
Tries to anti-air, but JaazzRap staying on the ground. Gets a good throw to start it off with, but now you have to hold the Ekko and Darius handshake tag mix, but we still find that jump in. We still find that pressure.
Change into the throw. Keep the lockdown. Next up, empty jumps. I wasn't expecting to break right away.
Yeah, I think they were just looking to use that to guarantee themselves out of that situation. Pops into the ultimate as well, which should lock them up this round and this game.
Absolutely. Wade looking again absolutely dominant. The main
previous versus game experience that like I'm just unaware of, but like yeah, I think they're the only person who was able to make it to this top 8 that isn't like a legacy versus player.
Hubert's certified though. I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't care if Hubert doesn't come from versus game. Hubert's certified. The gameplay speaks for itself.
Well, you're allowed to dinner.
Oh, so here we go. Starting off once again. Nice connection here from Hubert. It's been safe and solid. Again, been one of the players that's been abusing the bleed on Darius the best, especially with this Ekko.
Yeah, recognizing that they can, really make this chip damage work whenever they're able to get the party started. And finding early into this Ekko as well, not going to be guaranteeing a ton of bleed off this, but we'll be guaranteeing a good mix just like that. Catching Ricky with the overhead.
Absolutely, and especially with the wall bounce there, we get the tag, we take the kill. Dude, this team does so much damage. And it has the freestyle for the mix-up too. It excels at everything.
Yeah. Oh, you even got the bait on the Fury right there. Not able to get like a big punish off of it, but keeping yourself safe with Darius right here. Is able to find a little confirm right here, so potentially trying to get the party started with the Illaoi, but 2S gonna come out and get the neutral game reset.
You hate to see it, got the jump over, but unfortunately didn't commit to the down heavy. It's one of the scariest things about sending a full super jump as Darius, is if you pick the wrong normal, you're just gonna completely whiff and they get to completely take control of tempo.
Yeah, oh, good anti-air, but not able to capitalize on it to get any additional assist punish. You were now just trying to reset the zoning, even calling out when they're trying to bring their own assist back in, but the Darius should allow him to close this round out. No one to save the meter.
That should be enough, though. I didn't want to commit to the parry at that point. Just wants to let the round go to the wayside. Unfortunate, but, you know, it's an understandable situation for Ricky there.
Yeah, it's like going for the parry is always like risky to make that kind of big comeback, and it's costing you a full bar when you only have 2. So always a scary situation. Now pops him out once more. The patience from both players is just waiting for one of them to press, but now Ricky getting a big hit with this Illaoi, one of the first ones we've really actually gotten to see this whole day to get the tentacle extensions.
Actually getting to show us off some of that damage here. Spends the super, and because it is the level 3, the ultimate, Tentacle God, unfortunately, just takes no prisoners. Darius is gone.
Yeah, Darius was not worthy of that god, but this Ekko may be worthy to try to make a comeback right here. Time to go for Mix-Up City.
Mix-Up City, unfortunately, car gets declined trying to get the Uber there. That is a crazy anti-air. Over the dash forward though, and the anti-air in response. Hubert, once again, Ekko is a very solo viable character. He can make this work.
Yeah, forces the breakout at this point though, trying to catch him with the overhead, try to use his clones where you can to mix him up, finds another great overhead right here, and still has 3 meter on deck, so they can pop into their ultimate if they want to, but they're just wanting to save it because they know they'll need it for the next one.
You're supposed to put flash on D, by the way, chat. Don't, y'all are crazy.
No, it's flash on F. It's flash on F. Hold on.
It's not.
We'll fight about this later, because right now Hubert is trying to fight for their life, but Ricky able to find a good confirm, trying to find some OTGs, but we get the ultimate to connect right here.
Loving this. We'll see where this leaves us in terms of the damage. Not quite dead, but again, off the rocket. No, this is going to be Illaoi being able to get a little bit of mix here, but the retreating guard, even when we were able to make a little more space for ourselves, we couldn't quite equalize. Good on Ricky to be able to get the rounds 1 apiece.
Bomb gets batted over as well, having to hold this, but the Darius air-to-air conversion is going to be a lot ticking up here. You dead?
You're dead.
Yeah, confirming level 1 super. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the only question there is how much meter are you willing to spend, and only needed the 1, but even with the Rekka landing here, Ricky, this is a very tough hill to climb. This is a fully stocked team for Hubert. Still has a break. Is still going to have to deal with Fury eventually. This is...
And is having to deal with this incredibly solid anti-air game that Hubert has just had again and again and again, right? Like, I feel like every single time a jump in has tried to come through, they've just been 2H and batting it away.
Unfortunately here, there's not much to be done. Anything will do it at this point. You can see even there, Hubert, even in the moments where the game is seeming completely over, is still taking the necessary precautions. Went for the S2 and just waited for a second to see if they were going to parry. That was a good little piece of data for Hubert there.
Yeah, and that's the kind of information that, like, you know, not everybody's gonna be able to see right from the get-go. So it'll be interesting to see if they can, like, try to take that and apply it into this later set. But right now, Ricky is just trying to apply damage with this Jinx, just trying to zone out where they can. But HUEBERT has the patience and is waiting for their opportunity to get a jump in like that.
You can't commit to fishbones in situations like that, though. The minigun just gets a little bit too. Is fishbones a rocket launcher? I messed it up. But the minigun, you got to be careful about how you use it. You cannot commit as one of the most committal projectiles in the game.
I'll just zone him out once more, trying to make use of that rocket launcher right there, but we will find the connection onto the Illaoi assist for a little bit of damage.
Oh, way to use the retreating guard, but better use the taser. Unfortunately, gets the down forward heavy instead of the down, so it does not convert on the launcher.
Oh, and great 5L on the roll tech check right there. You know, does force the break into the immediate tag, but we'll still be able to punish them for it.
Missed out on the overhead. Use that assist with the missile to try and get a little more aggressive. Dashed underneath and is able to break the armor. Yeah, it's very consistent.
I was trying to go for the anti-air grab instead of just going for 2H right there, or like 2S2. And unfortunately, gave Ricky another chance, but as soon as that Ekko came in, it removed that chance away, and now we've only got the Jinx left.
The lights and the overhead chipping away. Every point of damage matters so much, and because of the restand there, that absolutely is enough. Massive having this much meter and being able to have won that round for HUEBERT is huge.
Yes.
Almost 3 bars on both characters, and you're ahead. That's actually unbelievable.
Yeah. Maintaining the break as well, and both players do have it. Generally, HUEBERT's been finding these early hits that is forcing the early break from Ricky, just like we saw right there. So now we get to go for handshake tag pressure. Does find the confirm over onto the Darius as well, which is what you want to be seeing off this. If you can find just a couple of good hits with him, you will deal a ton of damage to this team. Yeah, 3 buttons into the super confirm right there to take out half of Jinx's health right there. Tags it into the Ekko to clean it up right at the very end. And now only Illaoi remains. HUEBERT still has 3 bars on deck, 2 on the other character, and break. Gonna have to pop it here early though.
Neutral S2 twice in a row into the down S2. I definitely like the ideas here from HUEBERT. Trying to keep it safe and simple, trying to keep it aggressive. The bleed is applied, and after the trade there, things are still not looking good for Ricky, even with this corner pressure.
The bump set though does get challenged, but HUEBERT ready to re-challenge immediately afterwards. It has all the meter on deck, just needs to make sure that they can keep this combo tight to guarantee themselves to go into the level of 3 and should be able to close this out, but I don't want to commit to anything because I'm always surprised, but HUEBERT isn't and takes it 2-0 over Ricky. Deal. But also, you know what's a big deal is we have our first true mirror match of the bracket being played. It is Yasuo, Darius, freestyle tag for both players.
I love neutral. Both of them back away. And that's the worst thing too, is that all these options of Yasuo consuming that wind wall are blocked by wind wall. So you kind of just want to stand there behind yours and be like, no, you do it.
You know, we were talking earlier about like, oh yeah, Ekko is very good at dealing with Ekko. Yasuo is very good at dealing with Yasuo when he comes to the table. So like to see, you know,
ooh, the hop forward was definitely cute. Does manage to get the connection and forces the burst.
Right now, just the patience, just trying to find, like, staying in the air, waiting for them to try to commit to a ground opportunity or like attempt to anti-air and delay on the punish. But we just get a quick little cross under right there for Hikari, able to quickly add up a bunch of damage. And now gonna have to hold some scary mix on the Yasuo right here, but the get up attack gonna get baited in the sky from the Yasuo. Should still need 1 more unless they choose to spend the bar. Nope, they won't, so we'll instead get it right in the skies.
Absolutely. Closing that one out, putting Yasuo into a tough situation, having to play the 2v1 here, especially with no meter. But that's going to make it significantly easier here. Do not drop this. This is such an important combo. Look at the amount of meter we built.
Yeah, not able to get the full combo that they were looking for right there. It did drop right at the very end, but that is still 75% damage that came through from Evasion onto the that Yasuo right there. And the Darius' gray health isn't going to tick up anymore.
Oh, this is so worth all the resources we've dumped into this one here. That dash. Super assist, of course! Headless comes through!
Oh, but we'll just 2s2 into super of our own. Bleed now applied. But it's Evasion's turn to deal damage, not able to get the full hit they were looking for, but that health is low. But you found a combo right at the very end. Hikari might be able to close it out here.
Oh, what a heartbreaker after a hell of a climb. The boulder was so close to the top of the hill. Oh, Evasion. What a way to stave it off, though, from Hikari. Crazy work from both.
And that was the start of this. Imagine what will happen by the end. Yeah, good recognition to be able to jump in there to only stay safe from high lows, only dealing with the left to right as they're coming through.
Yeah, full on way to hold up, honestly. This negates completely all of that mix up there. Like that little OTG though was waiting for the turnaround.
If they give you that gap, you got to take it where you can right here. Just like you got to take this damage onto the assist as it's coming through. Good shoulder check right there. There should be Evasion getting another set of solid damage. Try and mix him up, but the back tack on the cross slash gonna keep him safe.
That double tag as well, using that freestyle fuse incredibly well. Clean connection is going to go into a crumple here. The only question now is, do we build the meter in time to burst? And it does not look like we do. Unfortunately, Hikari in a similar situation to Evasion last round, but it's going to be the Darius for him.
Yeah, but both of these characters on both of these teams are able to definitely solo where they need. Yasuo with the mix and Darius with the damage. That they can make this 2v1 possible, so we'll have to see if Hikari can bring it. But right now, Evasion is looking very confident in locking them down.
Ooh, I love that we set the wind wall there too. And lets you punish Yasuo. Listen, you're looking the wrong direction. Very good on the tag and better on the air throw. A round apiece now.
Excellent, excellent stuff. Even both Yasuo's being called to control the ground space, and both players wanted to go for that air throw, but Evasion was just slightly ahead of the curve.
Yeah,
good
one of the things we praised the most about Evasion's gameplay in the earlier set is the parries were going crazy. You cannot get away with charge heavies like that for free.
See, okay, finds a good punish. Can't find a second one though off that 2S right there. Just trying to zone him out, forces them to block the tornado, tag back into the Darius, but can't find the big opening that you're looking for, but Hikari will.
Definitely good. Gets to pull in. Headbutt is applied, forces the burst. Ooh, and slick with the OTG. I love it. It's going to be level 1 into the level 2. A full follow-up for Hikari to take the kill.
Yeah, and now just that full health Yasuo does have Fury, does have 3 bars on deck. And finding this early hit right here is actually going to be huge. Unfortunately, the combo did drop, so not able to guarantee the kill. Still looking for it right here, trying to get out.
Yeah, and a little chunk of damage on the Darius, unfortunately, but that super ending up not worth it. Drop combo and tries to dash up to get aggressive, but the charge heavy releases just in the nick of time. And that's going to be 2 rounds in favor of Hikari, and game 1 finally in the books. That was a marathon of a game.
Yes, that was. And I think that's going to be big for these players, especially throughout the rest of this top 8, is that stamina, right? These games go long, and there's a lot of decisions to be made at any given time. Big happy birthday here.
Stomp works out well. Should have been the closeout here, but still is able to get the cross up there. Nice little dash through.
No, there Darius comes through, finds a big anti-air, but can't find the full pickup. Will find a check on the roll tech. But you're getting anti-aired out of the skies right here.
Oh, what a whiff punish. And of course, we're going to get full damage for this one here. Hard knockdown. And low. Good block.
Yeah, chip damage is adding up, though. But as long as you can just stay safe, you can eventually find a hit. Tries to check through the wind wall. Still going to be eating that bleed damage. Now you're eating the full combo.
Yeah, unfortunately committed to a parry in a place where it was not working out. There's very little life to play with now as we have to go for the tag.
Does pop Fury at an inopportune time. Still, though, finding the hits where they matter the most. You're going to be spending those all these resources trying to close out the round. Is able to tag out the Darius assist, so we're now just back to Yasuo. But Evasion still able to close it out.
And then the down S2 afterwards in a moment of, we'll call it a moment of clarity. Says it's time for the armor. Tries to handle business, but a great air throw to be able to get us opened up here from Hikari in round 2.
Oh yeah, once again, just wave dashing back, like not wanting to deal with any of this. Trying to mix him up right here, but that was almost a great anti-air, but still ended up getting caught by the Darius assist.
Connection. Oh, was a little too far away. Had to buffer a second dash. That was an awkward one.
Oh, found the hit with the handshake tag, but couldn't get the pickup of the tumble right there.
Run up. Oh, no, not quite. Still okay. Well, maybe less okay now. It's coming from the corner. Drops the combo.
It's even more okay because of the combo drop right there. Rolls out of the corner as well and is ready to punish it. Not invincible enough right here. Should be able to spend the bar should they need to. Yeah.
Sucks to have to spend all of that meter, but it's a dead character's worth it every time.
Yeah, and it does like cut it off from like them just going for like wake up level 3 or something to like try to Hail Mary their way out of this last round right here. But Evasion knows that they.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, they were trying to bait the Fury on the drop there, but it's one of those things you got to be careful about how hard you try to bait Fury because Fury, I do believe, is safe on block. So it's like even in those moments.
Yeah, it is fully safe on block, and if you try to like punish it in a way that you would traditionally burst punish, it's actually like your bait on it is punishable.
Yeah. Oh, tornado applied. Big retreat out of that one. Very smart. I lost track of everyone for a second, but Hikari had eyes on the prize the whole damn time.
Yeah, into the ultimate as well, just getting as much damage as possible. This should kill the assist character, if I'm not mistaken. No, just barely alive. Oh my goodness, Hikari. Dumping all the resources at the most opportune time, and now Evasion is left with a low health Yasuo versus a near full health team.
Yeah, I mean, you have. Oh, never mind. I was gonna, pepper in some analysis, maybe think about the potential lines. No lines. You can't smell a goal here. The air good. It's just that Wade's Ekko is disgusting.
Yeah, Wade's Ekko has been like the best in class Ekko that I feel like I've seen in a long time, and then being able to utilize that Darius as well on the back end is like, because Darius is probably the easiest character to play solo. Like, he definitely is gonna have some struggle, and especially in a matchup for a team comp like this. But just being able to be like, yeah, I'm Darius, I'm going to swing at you, and it's your fault if you get hit. Just like that, being able to early break baits it out as well. So this is gonna be a big grip of damage onto that Jinx early on.
Yeah, and he's starting out as a happy birthday as well. Spends the birthday response, gets the pull in, and of course, again, even when you tag very early, if you buffer the second option, it still comes out. I think people are gonna have to get used to that. When you get pulled in by Darius there, that headbutt is coming.
Yeah, that's definitely something that you have to be prepared for, but you also have to be prepared for that quick air-to-air right there. Wade was ready to immediately shut down anything INZEM wants to bring to the table, but INZEM finally landing their first solid hit of the game, will spend the meter dump, doesn't have anything to DHC within the Jinx right here, but will just wake up, attack, and get out of there.
Ends up getting traded out with the down S2. That's a fate worse than death, unfortunately. Losing out to the armored reversal here, so it's going to be Jinx all by her lonesome. But honestly, it's probably how she prefers it. So we'll see how she goes against the Ekko. Already looking strong with the throw.
She's very comfortable just like playing that zoning game, right? But you have to be worried because right there, that shoulder tackle assist coming through on there and immediately checking the forward roll. Oh, tried to bait out like a raw back air to air, but INZEM is more than comfy to stay on the ground, but they're going to get hit, unfortunately, at the very end.
And that has always been a very strong option to try and confirm off of, is just call the assist and just tag as soon as the hitbox is out. A lot of characters are able to confirm off of their own assist in moments like that, so it's a very, very like a low committal way as long as your opponent doesn't go for some kind of crazy read to be able to, you know, get your character swapped out and potentially find a hit.
Go. Oh, tried to go for like a delay set with the bomb on the mix, trying to potentially catch like the forward roll, but INZEM was already prepared to do it. Did force breakout after that hit on the punish, but here we go. Super DHC gonna get actually punished right here. You know, you just have to hold the laser on block.
Yeah, being able to find the 2H and actually interrupt that super tag, not having to deal with the nonsense is a huge deal.
Yeah, I was trying to use that, expecting like INZEM to go run up or like tag into the Ahri and catch him out right there, but instead 2S into the super, knock him back down once again. Ekko with the bleed, gonna force a breakout right there. The bleed is still applied though, so you have to be careful either on block or on hit.
I feel like it's just clean hits across the board, just purely from anti-airs in this game so far for both players as we leave the clone for ourselves, try to throw this time winder. Unfortunately, things don't go our way. We have to go for the double tag.
And now just I love that patience. Just like you would see so many people just immediately trying to close the distance with the Ekko, but allowing INZEM to like set themselves up for failure with the Jinx and waiting to react to see how they want to do is so smart from a Wade. It does end up to be working out into INZEM's favor though, able to find that stun gun to connect. It has a lot of meter on deck to add up this damage.
He's gonna loop the super's little hyper viper beam action. It doesn't quite do enough, so Ekko unfortunately dies to the rocket there. The chip damage is enough. That was looking up to be a maybe scary situation here.
But it's still scary. Wade does not have a ton of health on this Darius, right? So if INZEM is able to land one good hit into a super confirm, as well as having, you know, still a lot of resources on deck. Wade needs to make something big happen right here.
Jump throw attempt. Tried to look for the jump throw there as well. Lands and is able to swing. That's what you were talking about earlier. Overextending to try and punish Fury can really get you in trouble if you don't have your timing super down.
Yeah, and didn't even need to play the timer afterwards on that. That's Wade stealing that from the jaws of defeat.
Darius wins.
It definitely was back against the wall, but the solo Darius somehow was able to make it work. I think he's just hear me talking shit. I was talking too much about the Ekko, and he was like, "Listen, the Darius cooks. We carry our weight."
The Darius is definitely cooking right here. And you see him immediately try to come and tech through. And I love that response from INZEM to just be like, yeah, you keep going for Darius assist, handshake tag into the Ekko and try to zone him out. I'm just going to try to punish you with the Jinx assist. It still ends up like, as long as Wade is able to get in close, though, they're able to just chip this damage up again and again and again.
Now controlling with the fireballs. Unfortunately, he flies a little too close to the sun, and now he's gonna have to deal with the mix-up here. Of course it's the roll, of course it's the headbutt, of course it hits. It's Wade.
Yeah, it's unblockable unless you're ready for it, seemingly. I mean, right now, Wade has proven that nobody is ready for it. Great use of the preemptive fireball on the bomb set right there to be able to stop them from getting any kind of mix, and a great use of that happy birthday to kill the point character.
Fury Darius still left over, not any meter to play with though, so the down 2S nonsense is not going to be as strong, but with that meter built up now, got a little bit more options on the table.
That's the patience right here. Great press right there is going to force the Fury to be able to bait the burst, and that is a big hit to get it started. You don't have a ton of meter on deck, so you need to save it for the next interaction. Good roll tech out of the corner though, not going to get throw loop.
I thought for sure that was going to be super. Missed on both opportunities, and again, the down 2S twice in a row. If it didn't work the first time, I wouldn't at the second, but we still have another lease on life.
Yeah, spent the super assist even from the grave on the Ekko, and Wade just waiting with the patience, did find the air-to-air, but it traded into INZEM's favor.
Oh, you hate to be able to actually find the mark and not be able to turn it into anything.
Go try to use the 2L, but there we go. Yeah, just 2S able to shut him down. Catches him with the low 2L as well. Once again, but INZEM breaking out, not wanting to deal with any of this pressure. And Wade just bagging up, being like, yeah, you can keep zoning, you can keep trying to control the screen space. I don't need to let this Ekko eat the bomb so I can come in close and bring in the plus frames.
Tagging all the way through, looked for the 2H afterwards. Good push block, and here it comes. Here comes that stuff. We've seen it a couple times already, the super tag.
Yeah, the building blocks of this team that INZEM is playing, just as soon as they try to pressure you in any way, use that gap to be able to guarantee a punish. Brought them all the way to the other corner and almost mixed them up right here, but Wade able to show some signs of life. And now finds the Ekko hit, but not able to find a big confirm afterwards.
Twice in a row threatens that, but doesn't actually go for the big follow-ups. Movement looking crispy right there. Dashes through and manages to thread the needle on everything, but unfortunately gets caught and has to spend the burst. And then gets caught again. What a stop sign.
Yeah, that bomb went right over INZEM's head because they were crouching. So Wade was not able to utilize those advantaged frames right there, and INZEM able to find the kill off of it.
So strong, look for the jump in, tried to jump to S2. They're liking the idea, trying to take up the airspace, but unfortunately not a lot of life to play with here. And we're just going to give this one away. Has a Fury, but there's no chance. 2 rounds straight. INZEM, what an answer back.
And now both these players, like that stat you had brought up before, have now lost their second games of the set. So we are definitely going to be going the distance here. Grab your popcorn, folks. This is going to be a nail biter.
Okay. Fireball's continuing to completely shut out the normal jumps. Having that air approach kind of cut off is really limiting, especially with the Jinx rocket on the ground. Darius is struggling to find his way in. Ekko's going to have to be the one to do the heavy lifting after 50% of his life is already gone.
Yeah, and he's starting that heavy lifting right now. Found a great air-to-air. Did get hit by the wake-up attack. The reset back out to the full screen. But can definitely handle the mix-up a little more. Break is forced to come out. And now that Darius, who just lost 50%, is about to lose at least 30 more.
Oh my god! Everything going a little bit crazy there. Darius somehow is the only person who isn't affected. He'll jump away and has to eat a rocket, but that's alright. Ekko's able to escape, and again, this has been the main piece of the puzzle for Wade. As long as the boy who's able to break time is still alive, we still got a really good shot.
Yeah, we'll have to see how long he can live, though, because INZEM able to find another great confirm. Great air tech for both players, though.
Oh no, counter hit there. Jinx, an unfortunate fate, has to fall all the way down. Looks for the jump, but the Spirit Rush actually goes through. And unfortunately, after the drop, that's still going to be Wade's combo to go for.
Yeah, it does have it. Wasn't able to send that bomb back out, but is able to send the Darius in to go for the mix. But INZEM finally blocking it, showing signs that, like, hey, this isn't unbeatable. You can save yourself through it.
Clocks him on the top of the head, super jumps away right away.
Wait, though, it did opt to go for a retreating guard after immediately blocking that because they knew they could find their way to come back in. Found that 5L connection. Needs more meter to guarantee the kill, though, so we have to go for more mix.
Another little bit of a missed opportunity. Still off the charge heavy. I love that we're still going for that. Wade has been one of the best people at being able to abuse that a little bit at a time. Gets the throw afterwards, but unfortunately there was just not enough time left to make it work.
Yeah, I didn't even see the clock go down that low. I think Wade may have been in a similar situation of just keeping their game going and not realizing the timeout was coming through. INZEM, though, going to use that as a sigh of relief.
Okay, like the breakaway there. Not gonna fully charge now, but we're just gonna tag out. Ahri's gonna be the one that's gonna try and take control.
The patience right now, just trying to throw out the clones, throw out the time bombs, try to get INZEM to commit to something a little bit scarier. Instead, they're just gonna be committing to some mix-ups, not able to find the full extensions that they're looking for, but able to just chip out a little more health.
Oh, had the 2H. Definitely a good idea. Push blocks away. Super comes through, and there's the tag. But we're just going to spend another super. Why not?
Yeah, it's you're gonna be safe at that distance, deal some damage to that Darius while you can, because you think you can stop that Ekko from coming in. But right now you can't, as he was able to tick down on some of that Ahri's health more, but the Jinx combo not gonna complete! So break forced out from INZEM.
See, those are the moments where it's like, man, once we have a little more, once everyone has a little more hours, like, we're confirming those.
Right.
Nice 2H though, safe and simple. These are the ones we're definitely confirming here. Ultimate is available, we're gonna hold on to it.
Yeah, knowing that we'll need it further down the line for that Jinx to come through. There's still a lot of meter on deck, and we don't need to spend any of it to deal with Ahri.
Listen, I've been preaching 3H all night, and there's a reason. That sweep from Darius is not okay, I'm telling you.
Wade has been showing off like peak 3H gameplay that's been happening throughout tonight. Gets the roll tech, but no punish on it this time from INZEM.
Oh, and the stun gun gets the freeze, has to go for the burst, pulls on through. Nice block on the headbutt, but unfortunately, that's not the last layer. Just because he hasn't had to use it yet doesn't mean that the mix-up is done.
Yeah, we're bringing out new layers of the onion all the way here in our winners finals into the level 3. Jinx has some lower health in this situation, so it should be enough to bring this set tied to 1-1. Still one more game to get our next point on the board.
The push block, super tag, here it comes. Close the distance. He's able to find the low, very nice. Nets the hit because of it. It's worth the meter every time if you can find those touches.
Opens the hit right here. And now we're trying to catch him out with the JS2. Able to stop him out, but this time you're instead getting thrown out of the handshake tag mix, but we'll just roll out of the corner.
Oh, that forward is too. The chopper's just getting carried away. But that's okay. Ahri's able to get the vengeance for him.
Yeah. We will avenge you, Chopper. No worries about that. Missile's coming through, but the great use of the teleport to be able to stop it from fully connecting. And a great bait right there, thinking that they were going to dash up and hit the time bomb, so INZEM tried to escape out, but Wade just closed the distance instead, and now you have the Darius locking you down. But here we go, DHC zoning. Oh no, we didn't opt to spend the other bar on Jinx.
Oh my god, and we walk into the clothesline, unfortunately. Down 2S, comes to once again, but the push block, the super, the tag. It's time. That was a whip parry.
Yeah, it's going to be hitting for a lot on that with parry as well. It did force the breakout though, but that would have resulted in at least one, potentially two dead characters. All right, good blocks. Yeah, using that push guard as well to know that the Darius is active to push him away instead of the Ekko, and we'll just hit the Ekko with the anti-air as well. And that's a low health Darius left for Wade here.
Yeah, this is really looking bad. Even getting the burst out there, I still feel like you're in such a compromised spot. The run underneath, though, we're still finessing.
Yeah, and checks on the forward roll as well. Does force the push block to come through. The Ekko assist still coming out from beyond the grave into the level 1. And Wade has put himself in a situation to potentially win this.
It's so winnable all of a sudden. Oh, but the super assist, the missile barrage is too good. There's just nothing you can do to avoid it from that spot.
Yeah, they could have, like... Yeah, there's just nothing in that exact situation. I was trying to think, is there anything that, like, a weird, like, micro decision that but no.
I mean, if you're the GOAT, maybe you parry it, but, like...
but he didn't have the meter to parry.
Oh, then yeah, no, you're just dead.
Yeah, he was just dead. That's what I was trying to think, is, like, with no bar, like, maybe not spending that super in the last round and try to go for one more touch afterward, but, like, that's such a, like... a hard decision to make at this stage of the tournament. With INZEM now already controlling the pace of this game a little early on and controlling the speed of the round, but Wade saying, nah, let me get in there. Let me bring it over to my boy Ekko to get this hard knockdown, get this mix going, and see what's going to happen. But you just get caught mid.
And the 2-touch, that's one of the strengths of this team for sure. The damage is high enough to where one one big mistake is a character every single time. If they find that clean hit and you don't have burst, one mistake on the mix-up and you're done. Ooh, good use of the second little piece of movement to avoid the bomb as well. I like the awareness is so damn high for Wade right now.
Yeah, Wade showing that they are really wanting to tie this up right here. 3H for that big extra damage, and you didn't even need to spend any meter to win that round.
Ready. Let's go.
Downward fireball. Again, just trying to control that approach space. That's an easy punish from there. Just trying to send it. I definitely respect the jump S2, but not going to work out.
Yeah, I think was just like expecting them to try to go for like air throw or something and wanted to punish them for like maybe catching the Jinx assist as they're falling, but you know, INZEM showing like, hey, I can be a two-touch character as well. You know, I just have to spend the bar to do it.
And a character already out of the way. I'm just talking so much about Wade's team and how much damage it does. Two-touch, blah, blah. INZEM, same situation.
Yeah,
Comes
exactly.
up once again.
And now Wade trying to be cautious against the zoning right here, but even INZEM just able to throw out the Jinx assist on the ground, use Ahri to cover the skies. It's making it very, very hard. You got to find the right decision, and right now INZEM is currently making them.
Yeah, dude. Having the chompers on the ground as well for that little bit extra extension. Doesn't spend the extra meter, though. Another one of those situations where, again, because of the life deficit, you can be a little greedy. Normally, I would highly recommend just spending the bar, but that is a damn near that's as close to unwinnable as it can get.
Yeah, absolutely. But now here we are. Potential match point for INZEM right here, though. But Wade still does have 6 bars on deck. Has break, has everything you could want, but INZEM may not give him a chance to use it as we find this early hit. Gets the hard knockdown, try to bring him into the mix. Does catch him low, so break forced to come out for Wade.
Finally, the throw follow-up. We haven't seen that at all. And the get-up attack on the other side as well. Everybody going to the well for the options right now.
Yeah, it's what you got to do when you get this deep into the set. Not able to punish the whip on the Ahri right here, but 2S2 into the suit for confirm. Just get that damage to add up, but we'll catch you as you try to go for the JS2 right there.
Ah, but there you go. Here comes the super mega death rocket.
Using that level 3 to guarantee it at the very end, and Wade is in a very similar situation to what just happened to lose the last round. However, we'll get some damage onto the Ahri assist as we're coming through, but you got to make something happen or else INZEM will take this set.
Oh, yeah, that was a medium starter. You were gone. You were 100% dead. Missed the opportunity. Threw himself the perfect alley-oop, but the ball slips through his hands.
Yeah, now Fury isn't popped as anymore, so you have to be even more careful. You don't have any extra benefits from that break now coming out, but the zoning game is going to be very scary. You do get under it, but you miss the anti-air, but you'll still catch it with the low. But there's 20 seconds left on the clock. How do you make it out of this?
Ekko's definitely a good start. Try to look for it one more time. Again, you have to stay on the offense at all times. Cold Star will do it, though. At this point, just Chip will go for it. Here comes the level 3, but it does connect.
And that timer is paused, but there's not a lot of time left on the clock. And with that, I have no idea what's about to happen right here. Oh, you have 10 seconds left. You are at 1 health, and you're going to get chipped out right now.
Yeah, just really nothing to be done. Immediately goes in for the super. Very smart way to handle business.
Just Juggernaut,
make him fight it out with the full extra.
Yeah. Fighting the streets out here as we go into our next match. HUEBERT and Hikari lined up, ready to go. It's that Ekko Darius has been working so well for HUEBERT, and that Yasuo Darius that Hikari has been putting to full effect.
And just as a reminder, this is losers semis, so this is the last short set of the night. So it is going to be a 2 out of 3 on this one here. So a little bit less time to adapt. Having a medium starter in a situation like that has a burst every time. You cannot afford that damage.
Yeah. Yeah, you just have to do it. And, like, burning your break very early in this game isn't that dangerous. Like, baiting it is very, very committal and forces your opponent to give up a lot of other options. So if you do get hard read like that, it's just sometimes GG's. And just like that, Hubert was able to try to find some great hard reads right here, but Hikari going to be blocking them down in the corner once more.
And twice in a row, we've just had the mad casual walk underneath to be able to go for the mix, but this time the universal get-up attack is the answer, as well as the headless to apply the bleed.
Yeah, and then be able to send that Ekko in there, try to stop him out. Now we're going to get a lot of damage onto this Darius, which is exactly what Hubert wants.
I'll try to keep it short and sweet with the push block there. Trading guard not working out either. Goes for the tag and charge heavy to keep the turn going.
Yeah, and then eventually crosses him up. They saw Hubert was trying to go for advancing retreat to like punish a bigger option right here, but instead, Hubert is the one who's about to get punished right here into the ground, but still has a pixel of health left, so that Darius tag-in is going to keep that Ekko alive for just a little bit longer.
That was visually incredibly difficult to deal with. It looked like he was going to end up on the right, somehow ends up on the left, and a headless will be enough to seal it there. One character already out of the way for Hikari. The Darius gonna have to try and do a lot of heavy lifting, but it's not looking like he's going to get the chance.
Yeah, the Darius that was doing heavy lifting seemed to be on the other side of the screen.
I see someone in chat knows ball. This is DNF Hubert, the same. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yes. Real ones know. Real ones know about the Hubert Berserker art.
Oh, off the wall, forces the burst. Tries to go for the jump S1, doesn't quite find the mark. And unfortunately, getting pressured quite a bit because of it.
Yeah, good blocks though on this mix that's coming through. Tried to 2S out of that pressure, but Hikari ended up going for the side swap instead to get out of there as it doesn't hit a full 360. Go. Oh, 3H catching on the assist, but already handshake tagged into the Ekko and gonna punish him accordingly for it.
Oh, we're gonna link a jab there too. Secure the knockdown. Is actually just going to spend the super here. Take your damage where you can get it. I definitely respect it.
Yeah, I think even, like, especially at this point in the tournament, just trying to add up the damage to wherever you can, as well as when you have a round. Like, you may not get a chance to make this Ekko really work outside of that one hit, so you need to kill if you can.
That was messy. Ooh, in the late tag. Maybe a little bit of hesitation or potentially an execution error, but yeah, that's super late tag. That's a pretty easy jump out.
Going.
Slick on the dash underneath, but it doesn't matter. Just dashes under and is a little too close to the sun. It had to be a 2H there to save yourself from the falling Darius.
Oh, Hubert had the win right there, but unfortunately couldn't find the extension at that distance. And now Hikari is getting another really good hit onto this Ekko. You have to be so scared, potentially, but we'll just hold up back, hit him with the falling normal, and take game number 1.
For the second time, Hubert wins off of just a big jump, a pure guess. You love to see it. And here off the start is going to be a little more defensive, but immediately just pushes the gas. What a way to get aggressive.
Pops him out. Now Hubert just playing very patient. He just was staying up in the air, being like, okay, what can you do? What are you going to present on the ground? Can I capitalize on that? But right now Hikari is trying to capitalize on some pressure, but it's not going to matter when Hubert gets that bleed applied on you.
Good block. I thought it was going to be down as 2 for sure, but somehow we managed to get away.
Tag into the Ekko, get in there and find the confirm as well. Get this damage to be adding up right here.
I think we're going to get messy for sure. Even if you didn't get hit by that, the block damage is going to be so much. The pressure was going to be a lot because of the bleed, but down S2 does manage to save us.
Tag in. Very cautious on these blocks, but you get hit with the bomb. As soon as you tag into the Yasuo, it gets hit with the overhead as well, and now we're popping into install. We're going to just try to guarantee as much damage, potentially character death if we can. There we go.
Okay, we have Fury. Unfortunately, we don't have very much meter here. But again, it's only the first round, so even if we don't spend a lot of resources, if we can just do some damage, build some bar, you know, think about what we're gonna do next round. No reason to overextend it.
It's fine. It's fine. Like sometimes you just take that round. You go, I got hit. All right, we don't worry about it. We just figure out what's gonna happen next. And right now, you already see Hikari playing a lot more patient because HUEBERT's sitting at match point as we are back to our 2 out of 3 in our loser semis.
Get the full juggle there. Look for the dash up throw. Easy jump out. Headless is gonna come through. We had already committed to something. Everything is going wrong here.
Yeah, Break now forced to pop that. Darius did tag in, but not able to get the extension on that trade right there. The Ekko is going to take a little bit of damage over on HUEBERT's end, though, so that gray health will recover. So, slowly, we should see a handshake tag if you can finish that combo, but instead we have to see a little bit later. And now you're getting tagged out of your own. Headless going to kill the Ekko.
Oh, and things continue to go astray. Even a character down, the momentum is so HUEBERT favored. It's down to a single character now. He's down in meter, ahead in life though, and that's the most important thing here for Darius. Having that life to play with is big, but down S2 is gonna get you majorly punished.
This should even up the life totals very quickly. We're gonna be at 3, so Hikari only needs one more touch, but we 2S into the 2 super as soon as we see that flash red on the charge heavy, and that's gonna be HUEBERT taking it 2-0 of what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, this has been a tournament that has shown off, well, obviously the strength of a few characters, but I'll say it, Darius is pretty good. This character is extremely strong in the current style. Also, like you said before, it's simple. It's a character it's easy to understand. Big axe, big good, damage good. We do a lot of chip. You know, it's easy to figure out.
Yeah, he just controls screen space very well with his normals, which is not something that every character in the game can do. It is very, very valuable, especially in tag games, because you can get situations like this where you lead into a big happy birthday and that forces that break to come out, but the damage may have already been done.
Oh, the tag time was perfect, and we go for the fully charged H. The combo drops. Darius has to find a way to get out of this.
Oh, do you find that handshake tag to be able to stay safe right here? Now the Ekko players are going to try to mix them up, but instead we're locking them back down. We're bringing them in. 2H going to connect as soon as you try to take the skies, Wade.
Just as a reminder, by the way, too, I've been trying to say it as often as possible when Wade's on. Wade is the French player Wade. It is the same Dragon Ball player from France, but is currently playing from New York. So that's why they are allowed to enter this tournament.
Yes. And there we go, just being able to shut them down with the up back hits right there. HUEBERT trying to lock in. There we go, good trade. Uh-oh.
Okay, gonna use the install. We do not get to see this very often. I mean, show me some sauce.
Yeah, HUEBERT was using it a lot last set, and I feel like they're the only Ekko that's really like opting to use the install from at least what we've seen of this tournament. And it seems very, very effective as long as you can keep it going. Uh-oh, big trades.
Time watches back and forth, goes for the tag eventually, and sacrifices Ekko for a little bit of damage, but not too worried about it.
Yeah, it's a great recoverable health, so it should be fine right there. Uh-oh, well now you're sacrificing the character right here.
HUEBERT, this would be a massive victory if it could happen, but it's not looking like it, especially not there.
Here we go. Does pop Fury right here. Feels like that they can at least have some kind of chance. There is a lot of time left on the clock for HUEBERT to stay calm and try to make something happen.
Oh, and things go just a bit astray. Drop combo, though, and actually spends the burst here. Wade wants to guarantee sealing the deal.
Yeah, I think you're looking at like a near-dead Ekko if you don't do that. Yeah, willing to spend all the resources just to guarantee this round, knowing that they'll recover them, knowing that it's not the end of the world, especially because they were able to take that tempo very quickly into that game early on. But this time, HUEBERT going to find the Chrono stop right here to be able to keep it going, able to check the roll, but not able to punish it.
2H finds the winning lottery ticket, both characters. Unfortunately, it drops, but still, the damage is done. Look at how much meter we built. 3 on Darius, and the initial damage was enough for us to be able to carry through and get the kill.
Yeah, the footsies on like that whiff punish was insane. I need to make sure to point that out. That was an insane whiff punish from HUEBERT, and I was able to quickly go into the install against the Ekko of Wade. and gonna be damaging up, tag into that Darius. We have the level 3. We're gonna be chaining those R's together to bring you to downtown.
Hey, listen, you can only take a double kill in this game, but it's good enough. HUEBERT takes game 1 off the back of, again, a massive happy birthday that just left the resources so skewed in round 3.
But we're in a new time. The resources have set. This is 3 out of 5 as a reminder. We didn't mention that because we're back in our losers final. So Wade does have a little bit more time to adapt, but HUEBERT doesn't want to give them the room to even think about. They only want to bring on death right here.
Oh, okay, we finessed it a little too hard. Unfortunately, laid straight into the fist of Standing Light.
Tip him out right here with the bleed as Wade just keeps blocking. But no, we finally challenged. We found a good M hit as well, so this should scale very, very well. Bring him all the way to the corner. That's a good meter.
Okay, like we get him attack. Water to both sides, looking to jump in, lands, and Darius looks for the strike throw, but Ekko's too mobile for that.
Yeah, now you're gonna be taking a bit of damage. Oh, but the combo dropped, and you're gonna get a free Darius kill on that. That's huge for HUEBERT.
Tried to go for the soul read on the random round start super jump forward throw. Jesus, HUEBERT.
There we go. Does force the Fury to pop out right here as well after that hit. But now, like, HUEBERT is willing to play very defensive and just let it run out of time right here. But we will pop into the 2. Gonna have to force a little bit of mix, but that's fine. Health is even between these characters. Resources into HUEBERT's favor, though. But not for long.
Like Fury. Commit immediately down to S. I know it feels good to press, but be careful.
Oh yeah, and even that J2S as well. That button like makes this character feel so good, but you have to be careful. You are now sitting at 1 touch away. There's no resources left on deck for Wade, so if you can land a couple big hits, it may be in your favor. Wade drops the combo, and now 2S into the super as well should get these life totals a little more even, but the bomb from the skies gives Wade the round.
That fireball just a little too strong. I like the down 2S though. Once again, you and your boy tries to interrupt everything but the counter hit on the fireball. Save of the day on that one for HUEBERT. First blood.
Next through shoulder check, not gonna work out. Handshake tag though is gonna get eventually punished as he tried to be a little too saucy with those teleports. Blocking it back down.
To apply the bleed, but the shoulder tackle comes through. What a spear from this guy.
Now you're checking. Went for a retreating guard, but did get punished at 3H. That really powerful tool that you have been mentioning again and again and again with the Darius. And Wade gonna kill another character, and it's now an uphill battle for HUEBERT here with this Ekko.
Okay, interrupted the assist at least. Still stuck in corner, tried to mash out. It was a decent timing to go for the press there, but unfortunately couldn't find the mark.
And great use of using that J2S into the immediate handshake tag to be able to shut down any kind of like punish attempt that HUEBERT wanted to bring to the table. And now you're gonna get punished. Fury has been popped though, and you get a big hit on this run up, and you have a lot of meter on deck. You can kill this Ekko if you want.
So it's just
Okay.
we're drifting everywhere. There's I don't know how you can control the character when they're moving like that, but HUEBERT somehow finds a way.
That was the epitome of turnaround nothing personnel kid right there, teleporting left and right, being able to mix them up. And now you have Ekko into Darius, which is like a very interesting matchup to think about on paper without having like the other characters to handshake tag into, where like if the Darius, it's 1 touch for either player. You're either going to get death and damage or death and mix-ups.
Very true. Fury finds the throw. He's gonna go straight into the super. Yeah, put him back in the corner. Smart. And your Fury dash cancel still. But a parry! Hey! Just yes, absolutely. The time is ticking down. You don't have time.
Well, Ekko has all the time in the world right here, able to use the powers of the Chrono Shift to steal that round and tie it up.
Oh my god. Again, losers finals, as we said. So even if HUEBERT takes this round, the job's not done.
One more Frozen in time, still able to stay safe on that trade right here, but the jump in from Wade gonna be working out wonders. And this is a ton of damage onto that Ekko.
Chase down, love the timing. Timewinder throw as we go for the tag as well. So Darius will be a bit protected in the moment here, but after the headbutt, no. We're just gonna rip the ultimate.
Yeah, just add that damage where you can. Was potentially looking to pick up both characters, but look at that health getting hit raw by that. Forces the breakout into the corner. Now you're locking Ekko down once again, but Wade finds a great hit into a great handshake tag. Gonna pop that level 1 for some more damage.
Down with the dash backwards, was trying to catch the tech roll and did manage to get a little bit of pressure here. There we go. The connection comes through. Meter is spent. Pixel of life, he's dead.
Now HUEBERT just has the Ekko, which we've seen him make these big comebacks before, but he had a lot more meter then. He had Fury available on Rip when necessary. Let's make a lot work happen in the next 60 seconds.
That's one of the hard things. Again, it felt like a race against time in some of these ending situations now, especially with the bleed applied. We're going to use the Fury. We're going to try and stay in this one.
Yeah, the break gets popped. It is final round. You have to use the Fury. You have to use all your resources to try to make something happen right here. 2H going to get blocked. And HUEBERT now staying in the air. Tries to catch him overhead, but Wade ready for it. And now Wade going to find the right punish that they're looking for to tie it 1-1.
Massive whiff gets punished. It's been... It is 2 back and forth. This is a crazy set. Game 3 on the horizon.
Like I said, grab your soda, grab your popcorn. We're going to be in here for the long haul as these players are trying to go back and forth. But HUEBERT was trying to get that Ekko to be damaged up, and instead their own Darius is going to be taking it, and now break has been forced.
A couple of trades in a row. Trying to entice some kind of whiff. That was JS1, I think. Was trying to look for the pull there, but it was a touch too far away. Down 2S though. That'll do the trick.
Catches a blow with the toes right there, showing those ankles that you sometimes got to be walking around with shin guards. And now HUEBERT just playing very patient, allowing Wade to try to reset the tempo a little more, knowing that they can play reactive a lot more, just like that, forcing the breakout.
Oh, a little punish here. You know, this 50% casual.
That's what you gotta do, right? Handshake tag, keep yourself safe. You're gonna lose a little bit of chip damage, but you're frozen in time. But HUEBERT was just slightly far out of the pickup that they're looking for. That's gonna give Wade another chance right here, but we'll still pick up the Darius.
I cannot believe that Wade tried to send that. That was a hella aggressive, cute idea that unfortunately does not work out.
So the Darius where you can, Wade, that's what you're looking for, but you got whiff punished right there a little bit by HUEBERT, but it's not gonna matter. You can't get the hit. Push block back out. Try to tag him out.
Cool, tries to go for the rundown. Nice, down 2S once again.
Yeah, no meter to guarantee the kill on that Darius right there, though, so HUEBERT just gonna be playing patient, try to recover some of that gray health onto the Ekko.
Time on his back and forth, almost dashed into it, but manages to thread the needle. Wade back on top here should be enough to kill, assuming completion of combo, and it's going to be, again, a tall ask for the Darius for HUEBERT.
Dash up to us, super. Do it, HUEBERT. I know you have it in you. Oh no, you're just going to get hit. Unfortunate right there, but we still have plenty of rounds to go.
Everybody that picks Darius has that in their soul. They just have to dig deep to find it.
It's in your heart of hearts. Ooh, big pickup. Reach out of there right now.
Again, just trying to claim space with clones here. Gets the pull in. Headbutt, of course. Layer 2. Just the overhead. Luckily, Darius had already used a second instance.
Off the headless once again, just try to get a lot more damage. And you see Wade like looking for an opportunity to go for the shoulder tackle, that advancing assist, to be able to get Ekko out of there. But HUEBERT gonna just try to punish him to bring those life totals pretty even across the board.
And we're able to just Perfect timing, perfect aim on that one for sure. As the bleed is applied, extra little bits of damage come through, and HUEBERT can try and get to a round apiece here.
We do have Fury still available on deck for Wade, though, but if they can save it for that next round, they're going to, but it is going to be very, very hard to try to win this without doing that. Wake Up Attack going to push them out once again. And now we see the patience from both players trying to bait them out into a big option to punish, and we're going to see that come in from the side of Wade, punishing HUEBERT's J2S that whiff. Didn't have the Ekko assist to recover it, but the J2S going to connect into the handshake tag to the Ekko, but we can't kill just yet.
Twitch doesn't find the mark. Find him under a couple times. Swings out with the H of their own. Uses the Fury.
That offensive
Fully
Fury.
committed.
Yeah, the media up back as well. Gets the teleport to confirm the KO. HUEBERT quickly tying it up. But it is anyone's game. But more importantly, Wade had to pop that Fury pretty late into that round. So they won't have this break back for a while, which is going to give HUEBERT a lot of opportunity like this to whiff 2S super. Oh no!
Yeah, really unfortunate to see Headless not find the mark, but we defend our burst. The break attempt.
Tried to punish on a jump out attempt right there, but Wade wasn't going to have it, and is now punishing HUEBERT accordingly.
Oh, universal lethal attack, definitely like it. Oh no, we almost got some lethal league, very close, but in the end, Timewinder finds the mark. Lucky that wasn't a happy birthday here. This could be way worse, which is crazy to say because you're losing your Ekko and in a terrible spot now.
Yeah, but you still have that Darius on deck. He still has 3 bars of meter. He can make sure to get one of these characters out, but you got to work very, very hard and play very cautious. That 2S whipping, forcing the Fury to be popped, and now we're getting that dash. We're going to get the chance to connect in. You don't have the meter on deck to make something big happen so far.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
No, and all of a sudden it's feeling pretty even. Fury's a big difference maker in the meter situation, but still, HUEBERT's in this.
But look at that chip that was coming through onto Wade. He lost just about half his health right there. And now you're going to get hit by the assist from the Ekko. HUEBERT not able to fully pick it up just yet, but the patience right here, utilizing that movement oh so well. Knows they can't afford to get hit by anything too crazy.
Way to interrupt that super, though. The super assist was definitely a big deal on that one. Try to swing the heavy. It's too far. Here's the throw, and here's the mix.
But no mix, just went for a combo. The 2S is going to whip, but it's fine. These life totals are still even. You're going to pop into the ultimate. It's going to OTG, but you're still alive. You're just put into a one-touch situation, and you have to guess right. Can you do it, HUEBERT?
This is so nerve-wracking.
That's right now, and it's going to hit the assist. Instead, 2S gets armored through with the Fury that comes over from Wade, but you need one big jump in. HUEBERT's at a pixel, Wade's at a little bit less, and the whiff, unfortunately, not going to work out, and that's going to be Wade taking game number 2.
Dude, it's spaghetti everywhere. Both of them, the sheer panic in the gameplay from both players was actually crazy.
But they can't let that get to them. HUEBERT, they both instant match rematch because they knew both players need this tempo to fully make it through. Darius comes through with the run-up grab, gonna get the full combo afterwards as well.
See y'all saying good set. Chat, losers finals, 3 out of 5. We still Wade gotta win one more. It ain't over yet.
It's a good set so far, but there's more set to be played.
Action though, nice in the medium. Press it up. God, that's high impact. I like that.
Yeah, that is sick. Now, bombs out for both players. Not going to be playing any bocce ball so far. The Darius just tries to come through on Wade's end, but HUEBERT does a good job of shutting it down. Trying to super jump air throw once again, but it's not working out just yet. But the Headless will connect on the assist, but you're going to get punished for it.
S2 is a little too far on the second follow-up. It's adding up pretty well. Burst is almost back here. Are we going to have it in time to be able to save our character? The answer is looking like no. Oh, that's a heartbreaker here for HUEBERT. Looking down the barrel of maybe being down a round. If this round goes to the wayside, we might be in a too tough of a spot.
2S headless right there. Bleed is applied. Bomb set trying to make anything happen right here, but HUEBERT knows that this round is just about information. Unless a miracle can happen, but you got 30 seconds in an install. Can you do it? Unfortunately, you can't.
No, I definitely respect that, especially when your opponent's in comeback mode. A lot of the times, the best thing you can do is just try and beat him to the punch. I think a lot of people expect you to play a little defensively there, so that was a great call.
There we go. Big hits coming through so far. The pickup right there, being able to recognize the stagger coming through. HUEBERT ready for it, but Wade ready to punish immediately afterwards with that 5M.
Go backwards, gets the shoulder tackle. Unfortunately, there was no full OTG there, but it's okay. We tag out, and the dust settles. Wade still behind in life, but lucky to have both characters.
Yeah, Wade also down in meter, but not by much a whole lot right now. The double roll through, we handshake tag back and forth, back and forth. The 2S does allow a crumple to connect, but no big combo afterwards. Trying to make something happen right here, and that Ekko is not in a good spot.
I don't think it's going to be quite enough for a kill, even after the drop. Holding on to the meter, though. Similar situation for both players now. HUEBERT just experiencing it about 10 seconds later.
Very 2S not going to connect, but we go into the handshake tag to keep the Darius alive. Ekko does take a couple hits for it.
Oh, yeah, and again, that mix-up all night long has been so good. HUEBERT, the Darius has been really one of the strongest points of this. Can he carry through? Can you set a game 5? Already had to spend the Fury.
Like Kevin Garnett said, anything is possible. This combo may not finish, but Wade should be able to keep it tight. Gonna handshake tag to guarantee it into the level 1. Is it enough? It is. That's Wade taking it 3-1 over HUEBERT. See? And then just like chip damaging into just like jab low. Like you didn't need a full combo afterwards. I think is a much like more important part of this team comp. Obviously, it's like, wow, this is good, but it's like, no, this is like really good and something that you need to be worried about when making your game plan for this.
No, I definitely agree with that. The only reason I was laughing is because it's funny that it's like when you're playing not Darius, here's something you have to. That's not the world we're living in. But with that said, even though Darius is the most played character in this top 8, we have a chance for the champion to have, be the one person to not bring the axe to the fight here. Doing a great job so far has been INZEM.
We will have to see right now. Able to find a good early overhead to try to get this party started. And also thanks to Zane for the $20 contribution to the match Reno! !Match Reno! If y'all want to check that out.
I appreciate y'all for helping us grow. Again, as a reminder, 100% of the match Reno always does go straight to the player's pocket, so we appreciate y'all a lot for that. That's going to be a clean connection here on the low. Gonna be able to go for the tag and misses out on the combo actually, but we do get a charged heavy as well as tracking down the backdash for the punish.
Yeah, and honestly, that may be like getting these more reset opportunities might be a little worth it. No punish on the whiff get up attack right here, but instead we will be punishing this Ahri.
Finding the connection, killing the character here. Jinx, I feel like. Oh, hold that thought.
You were saying?
Right now, let's deal with the bleed. Let's deal with the situation at hand. Unfortunately, Chip's starting to add up a bit, but off of that trade, get messy.
Oh, good blocks over here from INZEM, ready for this. Not letting that chip out get to them, but they have taken like a full combo's worth of damage just off of chip alone.
That's definitely a good call, talking about the bleed for sure, as we straight into the timeline. They're now just backing on out. INZEM kind of realizes where this round is going and just lets it go to the wayside.
Yeah, but you got a lot of information, right? You like have an idea of like how Wade is thinking right now for when these sets go along. They're willing to just like play that like lane, wait for the punish, so you can maybe get some mileage out of that potentially later down in the set. Down. Get up attack, but it was still pushed him out of the weird situation, out of the corner, able to steal it.
One of my favorite things in versus games is when something bad is happening on the right side of the screen to your other character, you just hold the dash back, or you're like, that's not my problem. I'm gonna be over here.
Yeah, that's what INZEM was also saying. Just being like, hey, I'm gonna be over here. We're tossing out laser beams. We're DHCing. We're gonna keep ourselves safe. Then we're gonna immediately open you up once again.
Ooh, that downward fireball, especially with the Jinx rocket behind, it's very potent. Low profile is the jump S1.
Great jump over and the run under on the attempt from Wade to try to like up back, immediately fast fall back down to punish him, and then runs up, hits him with the 5M, forces the Fury to actually come out immediately over from Wade, but Ahri's still gonna have to be holding back these blocks.
Oh my god, just barely reached! And we're gonna go straight for the super cancel.
Alright, yeah, tries to catch him with the headbutt, but INZEM ready to just hold down back and then punish accordingly. You do have 3 meter on deck, you have double down, you can try to make something happen right here, but we'll tag into the Jinx right here. Going to the level 1. And then we'll do it again.
Ah, Hyper Viper Beam getting the job done around a piece now. A reminder, INZEM coming from the winner's side of the affair here, so Wade needs to take 3 games and then be able to rally for a reset.
But we'll have to see if they can even get to that point. They do find a good jump out, but INZEM, like after that first round where they have felt very, very in control of the tempo so far.
Fireball game, trying to do what we can. Moving the Chompers forward here off that forward assist, but the 2H. Lazy dash forward is going to get punished every time.
Back down, gonna keep that pressure going as well. Chomper coming through, but we find the hit to be able to get rid of it, so no need to be worried about the set play orb. Instead of worried about this other orb, but we'll go into the level 3. Gonna connect this time.
With his ultimate, where does it leave the life totals here is the only question. Oh, it kills you! I didn't think it was gonna quite be enough, but oh, you just die for the trouble.
At this point right now, and so I'm just trying to keep the zoning out. And as you were saying earlier, before they got 2S supered, Jinx is a character who can very efficiently play solo pretty well, right? Like her zoning game is very solid, and even when she gets the hidden, she can kind of pressure her own. She has stuff like the dive kick to be able to go for that mix-up right there. Fury does have to get popped for INZEM though, and now Wade gonna try to make something happen, but that 2S super gonna be doing wonders.
Shots there, trying to go for the rundown. Dashing medium is very good, and this was looking potentially over. All of a sudden, it's very doable, and I mean, INZEM still has 3 super assists on their side as well.
Yeah, and being able to have the Ahri super assist to be able to just come through and like potentially whiff punish some stuff that's happening further from downstream is going to be very, very beneficial. We'll have to see if they can actually bring it down to down into the fight, because it's sometimes a little hard to implement.
Oh, but luckily Darius is not. Headless comes through, and the fireball interrupts, but here we go. There's a throw.
But there's only 15 seconds left on the clock, so Fury has been popped, and now INZEM needs to find a huge hit right here. That's a good start. That's a better one.
That'll do it. Absolutely. You're going to have the lead here for sure, and this is going to take so much time.
Yeah, you just have to be careful for the next second to not get hit by anything, and you stayed safe. The super assist could not come out fast enough for Wade, and that's going to be INZEM taking game number 1.
Dude, that rocket super ate up so much time, and it pops you into such an uncomfortable position. So you're in the goddamn skybox with 2 seconds left. You can't even get to the ground fast enough to have a chance. But unfortunately, an execution error on the break just spends it in neutral.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. You get a little aggressive on there, and the buttons overlap, but INZEM showing like, hey, I might not even need this right now. We're just going to keep the zoning out. We're going to keep shooting over the chomper to you. We're going to try to catch you with these air-to-airs, but not able to find a big conversion so far.
Okay, escape, dashing backwards. Shot Bomber, appreciate you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream.
Pressure going right now. Great press here from Wade. Being able to handshake tag into Darius, able to keep the pressure going. These wake-up attacks, I feel like, have been working better and better the longer this tournament has gone on.
No, I definitely agree. It's one of those things where I feel like it's just being used sparingly enough by the people that are left.
but every time it comes out, it's exactly what's needed. Just like Wade needed to find that hit to be able to go into the 3H knockdown, try to make something happen. INZEM forced to push block out, and now trying to stay very careful.
Oh, good use of the jab. No, but the Spirit Rush tried to return back, but unfortunately was too far away. Did not want to put themselves in the corner if the combo dropped.
Zoning out here. Jinx has enough health to try to take a couple of these hits, but we do end up finding a combo, not able to find the full extension. Wade got a J5L connect, but the J2S gonna get covered by the Ekko assist. Gets the run up throw, and now we're gonna try to mix them up a little bit.
Yep, just getting the clean connection there because it ends up being a punish. Still has meter, not gonna need it. Almost up the round now. Things are getting a bit messy.
No punish on the whiff 2S. Just allows it to connect right there with 8 seconds left on the clock. These guys are bringing it down to the wire every time. Anything's possible. Great air-to-air from INZEM to start off this round.
Oh, and an amazing confirm as well, recognizing the spacing so effectively. But the get-up attack is so good. The hitbox is better than you think.
Orbs down, trying to trade projectile for projectile. But Wade able to find a connection right here. Forces the breakout. Oh, 3 damage onto the Darius. We caught open the Ekko, so now forced to break out from Wade's end. But they immediately get a punish and a run in right there.
Knockdown goes for the jump out. 2H hits a little late. I wasn't expecting it to connect that effectively here. Massive lead for Wade, but I feel like I've seen that before. I feel like I've said this before.
Yeah, we've said it once. We may have to say it again, but right now you have to be holding the Darius pressure, expecting them to up back. Instead, that 5H can allow them a reset. Catches the overhead, but the throw whiffs, ending their turn, now allowing INZEM to start their own pressure.
Ooh, off the timewinder, very nice.
Stuff, but you're still alive. You still have Fury on deck, should you choose to use it. But INZEM might be wanting to save that burst for the next round as well, and just allowing Wade to just go for a meter dump right at the very end. Yeah, forcing them to spend a bar to guarantee the kill right here, but you keep your burst coming up.
Round out of the way. You have plenty of time to build that meter back too.
And already starting to start with the Jinx. I know that they traditionally like doing that when they have this high meter available to them, because they can easily go for the raw super DHC from that full screen range if needed.
Well, definitely agreed. It's an option that's always on the table here. It fakes the double overhead and tries to sneak in the low. Even that is not sneaky enough to be able to find the hit here on Wade.
Shoulder tackle assist right here into handshake tag, but the get up attack finally getting blocked. One of the first ones we've seen actually get blocked in a long time, and punishing accordingly into the ultimate, but you're about to get blown up for it.
It's the assist though. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Punched it away. Here we go. So the Jinx gotta make this work. Went for the jump in. I thought that was gonna be a throw for sure. The strike ends up coming through.
Trying to play a little bit of that zoning game. You see Wade try to be popping those 3Hs to be able to get a hard knockdown. The Ekko assist is going to come through as soon as that cross-up connects, and this time Fury has to come out as you need to try to make this round happen. Catches him with the overhead, but not able to finish the confirm, so now INZEM back to zoning, back to trying to make something happen.
Fortunately catches the missile to the face on the dash-up attempt. Medium, covering so much horizontal space, but you know what else covers pretty decent horizontal space? Ooh.
So still has the assist supers that INZEM can bring up to the table right here, but hasn't found an opportunity to really do anything with it. And that's 35 seconds left on the clock.
I'll never get tired.
Oh, and INZEM isn't getting tired because they are very clearly wide awake right here into the level 1. Popping some free damage where they can, but that's 20 seconds left. Catch him on the overhead. You can let this whole character die. And INZEM needs to make a lot happen to guarantee the round. There we go. Assist is down. Ekko not going to get punished. 14 seconds left. INZEM needs a huge hit right here, and I don't think Wade's going to allow that to happen. 2H going to whiff. Their turn. Push block going to connect. Super into super. Life total's going down, but there are 3, 2, 1, 0 seconds remaining.
Yeah, just no chance to be able to get there in time. I love the idea, and I love the good hustle, but unfortunately, it leaves it 1-1. And I'm trying to fight off this reset. Says, let me go to bed. Give me my money and set me free.
The breakout early after that big hit. Ooh, trying to be fancy with the mix, but Wade ready to challenge with that 5L. Gets the handshake tag onto the happy birthday. Should we see a meter pop just to get some free damage? No, we'll just keep it tight.
Throw. Fully executes with the super, still not quite enough to kill. And on the jump in also doesn't work out. So Jinx tries to get aggressive, but down 2S. Ends up saving the day as always.
Full turn 5H, keeping safe, gets the throw. No combo afterwards, though. All right, here's the mix-ups this time. Able to challenge it as you left the gap in there to try to catch him with the high-low. And INZEM ready to just press that 5L and now bring a mix-up of their own that forces the burst out from Wade.
Oh, I mean, it's one of those ones you have to find a real. Yeah, no. I was about to start theory crafting the path. No reason to think too hard about it. Round already in favor of Wade.
And as yeah, immediate patience and back kicking off for both players. Now neither one wants to make like a super middle option to really make something happen. INZEM does find a throw to shut him down, but that 2S is going to armor through any kind of forward momentum, and now break forced out for INZEM off that handshake tag because that was about to be a time. So says this is about to be
scary up the triple fireball. Here we go. Go full combo, knockdown, follow through. Yeah, especially with no burst on the table. Didn't even have to spend meters. Still has 3 bars to their name.
And I think they got to spend some of it now. Yeah, it goes into the level 1. It's a guarantee of that 50% to put them into a one-touch situation. Fury is available and is going to get forcibly popped right here since it knows that they need it to try to stay alive. There we go. First connection comes on deck.
Through with a great super. Good matchup. Yeah, you know. INZEM kind of new too. You gotta try and keep yourself relevant, keep yourself happy, but
yeah,
one's kind of a wrap. Wade is threatening the reset.
Yeah, Wade wants that first place. He flew all the way to America just for this tournament, so he definitely needs to try to make that worthwhile right here.
Oh, trying to bait something with the movement there. Down S1, definitely good. Especially when you're able to go for the tag here. Now continuing to move the Chomper forward a little bit at a time, but Ekko is not worried at all. I've seen these games before.
Damage once more, gets a great jump out, finds an overhead to connect, but didn't get a full combo, instead just opting for throw afterwards. Ahri assist not going to work out just yet, so we handshake tag, keep that Darius locked down, but the 2H going to connect, and that's going to get this party started.
To the stun gun, things got a little bit awkward. It's all right though. Attempted to jump forward, tried to go for the down S2. Ahri's gonna find the hit finally.
Just the patience right here. Oh, finds a big hit, but not able to find the pickup they're looking for. Instead, this time Wade gonna be locking down some more damage on a push, blocks out. Super DHC, but this time we're going in for the mix as it was blocked out.
That defense on high-low was extremely strong. Try to close the distance a little bit there, and a little bit of a hesitation maybe on the jump forward. Interesting to see.
The 2S whiffed right there. And now There we go. INZEM finally finding a chance to actually take a character out after a couple of games. Going to be popping that level 1 for Jinx, and now going to put themselves in a great situation to take a round to go into their favor, whether that's through the aggression or through that timeout. But Wade still trying to make something happen, saying, "Get down."
Just let it find anything for it, though. That's all you had to. That was the only lose. It's the only way to lose. Stop calling her. Oh my god, it's so scary. And now all of a sudden, with 3 meters, any hit will do it.
Oh, there's no, you just put yourself into a losing situation, INZEM.
Oh, the assists when it was 2v1 were so painful. You've got to chill.
Just had to back away, but INZEM was feeling the green come up, and now you're getting punished for it again.
Oh, was waiting for some kind of reversal here. It's going to be the super tag instead. Still has time to block, though, and the down S2 into the super. Headless comes out.
No happy birthday, but a bunch of damage onto that Ahri is going to be forcing the break out now for INZEM. And now it wants to try to make something with the zoning happen, was trying to bring the bomb forward, but 2S Super is the character slayer of this game. And now Jinx does get a stun gun, which is good. That's a good start that you're looking for, but you need to make a lot happen here.
Definitely a good start. Aggressive here, but crushing medium. A lot of damage to start. That was actually a reset too. It didn't even combo.
Yeah, get up attack, saying get off me. Darius doesn't have the meter, but they will force the break because they feel confident in their ability to just land one more hit. That's all that they're looking for right here.
And that one more hit will secure it. Absolutely follows through with the headbutt, and that is Wade securing the first portion of the victory. That is the reset. That's going to be a clean slate and back into it again. Back into the breach.
But this time, INZEM's changing up the colors. We're on Team Green, not Team Blue anymore. It's the only thing that you'll see different between these two teams. But keeping them locked, no reason to change anything as long as it was working oh so well.
Go for Braum.
Locked back in.
Ready.
Let's see here if things can go a little bit better with the change in fashion. Nothing like in the start here. That is actually a cute little follow-up. I wonder if that sequence is consistent, because that was amazing how perfectly that delivered the chomper straight to the feet. It's gonna be Wade getting the cleanup though. Don't worry too much about my setup.
Oh, checks him out of the forward roll as well, and now this time finding a jump in was going to be able to work out, but the breaks already quickly popped for both players, and now you're taking Darius damage. Walk out, just trying to keep the zoning game going, but Wade is just staying patient. They know as soon as they make one right decision, that's all they need to steamroll these games into their favor. The tech out might be the start.
Yeah, but even with all of that coming their way, it's so easy to side swap back as Ahri, and all of that pressure was really being aided by the chomper.
Alright, but Ekko's now locked the Ahri down and finds another great 2H. Should be some solid damage. Didn't want to up the Oki, was expecting them to go for the forward roll. But instead just tagged out into the Jinx now and found a great hit with that jumping rocket. Going to be able to keep these loops going.
It's going to knock that back straight on out. Try to set things up again. Meets him air to air so fast. I love the idea. And because of the camera pull from Ahri, it was so hard to even tell what that mix-up was going to look like.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for it, and it doesn't look like they were either. Super THC coming out. Gonna connect onto the chip, but this time we go low off the mix. Forces the breakout at this low of life. Players have to be very careful. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is why you need to be careful. Let's say let's show rather than tell. Here comes the super. Gonna try and push the chomper a bit farther forward. Looking for chip as well.
You do only have 5 seconds left on the clock, and I think the life total is going to go into Wade's favor. The air throw does come out, though, to quickly snipe that character out. but you have to super right now.
Time's up.
I think it was just enough. Yes, it was just
Okay.
enough.
Okay, Wade was able to spend all those resources, and fortunately, it works out into their favor, but it was very close.
Repeats the sequence over the clone, very nice. Being touch forces a break. Break almost back on the side of Wade here. So we look for the jump in, but the air-to-air goes cleanly in Ekko's favor.
Venom with the level 1 should result in a near-dead character. Does the wake-up attack to push him off, looking for a way to tag out. Now, we're basically solo Jinx, right? This Ahri needs to spend a lot of time to recover. But with that, you are in a very, very scary situation.
Loving the push block though. Still well worth using the assist timer for that one. What a way to confirm. Dude, Wade almost waited just to see, like, you got those? Show me and I'll break if you do.
Yeah. Almost did right there, but also Wade has those great jump-ins. The maneuvering right there was like perfect to thread the needle to be able to find that can opener. Pressure once more, forces the push block, but this time you're gonna get zapped afterwards. And also INZEM has a lot more time on the clock to try to make this comeback.
Up, you already knew that sequence was coming. Was very ready for the timing this time though. INZEM has really proven to be the one true player when it comes to blocking that mix up there. And now the sequence might come up one more time. We get the block on the overhead though.
Yeah, but it's not enough, especially after the throw coming through for Wade. And now INZEM already quickly tagging into that Jinx, knowing that they want to go for the DHC shenanigans in the beginning, early on.
Oh, with the hop forward. I like that. How far can you extend it though?
So trying to use his teleports to bait them into pressing an anti-air to whiff right here. The 2H not going to connect on Wade's end right here. INZEM, though, now finds a big pickup.
I was gonna say getting absolutely harassed by the lows, but does manage to break through in the end.
Good check with the lows once again, like you were saying. But we're just still trying to reset this pressure. Finds the grab to work out this time. Going for mix. We'll just play good old throw. Do it again. No, we're just go low this time. Push block comes through. Super DHC gonna punish that. No, but we'll go for the level 3.
So smart. You don't want to have to deal with the follow my lead-esque nonsense. So of course, those 3 bars are so worth it to solve the issue for you. Great damage down on Jinx, and now gonna try and continue on with them all.
Yeah, I did throw that into handshake tag mix, and now the patience coming back out once again. Good blocks after that 2H temp right there.
Oh, finally manages to get the block there, but unfortunately couldn't get the punish.
You need to be very careful as these life totals are basically even. There's not a lot of time left. Burst is gonna get baited this time over on the side of INZEM, and Wade is gonna use that opportunity to guarantee a kill on a character, which as long as they play safe and calm, they should be able to secure this round.
And that will be the victory for sure. Cancel it super as early as possible. Take the finish. That's game 1 in the favor of Wade, going the distance in each of these rounds, back and forth, dude.
I mean, that's just showing you where these players are at. They are at the center of the onion. We are at the core. The layers have all been developed, and we are having to create new ones just to keep things happening.
Oh, actually didn't get the headbutt on that one. Was expecting the follow-up and structured the mix-up accordingly. INZEM ends up getting the punish because of it.
Their handshake tag, trying to mix them up off their own mix-up, but this time, INZEM just staying to patience, waiting for the opportunity to know that they were out of options to find a good 5L punish. Tries to get the double overhead, but we'll just push block them back out.
Zip them past. Nice confirm once again, showing off the new Ahri routes. Unfortunately, the combo drops in the later stage, but still damage. Pressure is still being applied. Ekko is in danger.
Yeah, but he recovers just in time. The overhead, though, is going to put Darius in danger, but not able to find the full kill just yet. Didn't want to spend the meter as well. Jinx assist is going to come through to put him a little bit more, but INZEM now just playing patience, waiting for an opportunity to potentially...
S2 twice in a row actually finds the mark and just commits super right away to try and beat him before the break comes out.
But an early big hit forces the break out from INZEM, and now Wade needs another one of those to try to make sure that we can chunk out this Ahri, but I think you're going to get poked out before you can. INZEM taking round number 1. I feel like I've seen this 8 rounds in a row right now, so let's see if Wade can take round number 2, or if INZEM can keep it up.
Definitely been extremely back and forth in those ending moments. Finds the sweep. Great damage to follow through. Oh, and that double tag ends up working out. Very good damage to both the characters here. Looks for the tag launcher and is going to be able to at least kill the first. And Jinx is going to come in with 60% of the life left. Already a massive chunk gone.
Yeah, and especially versus like this team comp, like you are actively looking at one combo away from being killed. We'll have to see them 2 this time as we get the first half gone. And Wade, yeah, just finding another great pull-in with that S1. Finding the follow-ups exactly where you need, tying it quickly back up 1-1. And tag out into Jinx early on. This seems to be INZEM's game plan, and it's been working out, pretty good for them. Every so often. Finds the connection with the rocket, but no full combo.
Touch too far. Ended up going for the cross up there. Tags, double tag. Parry comes through. Again, as you've said, there's no more layers to peel back. We are inventing pieces of onion, Tabby. What is happening?
At this point, it's a new root vegetable. There's too much happening. There's too much that these players are coming up with to try to beat each other to get through here. The Ahri comes through, finding a good throw. This time I'm just going to keep the pressure. Wade just trying to go for these upbacks to like get INZEM to whiff a big normal, and this time now forcing out a burst from INZEM, trying to punish accordingly for it. Like,
drop over. Charge stage! It hits!
Go gets the head stagger right now. Level 1 DHC. What's the mix this time? It's push block. And it's pretty safe. They kind of have to like force it to go to the overhead on the first time because of the hit stun. So being able to push block right there just generally keeps you safe.
Yeah, nullifies so many potential other layers.
It'll be interesting to see if like INZEM's ready for that and potentially changes up what they want to do. But the break is going to come out, forcing them back full screen.
So jumping with the cold star behind it. Definitely like the idea there with the fireballs from Ahri. Gets the hit, and it should be able to fully juggle. No, just barely doesn't fall into the monkey. The symbol monkey was trucking his way over, but couldn't quite get there.
Into the air level 1, but not able to connect on anything just yet. Just wanted to make sure that they could get the Ahri, because they felt like just that zoning pressure was going to work great with how offensive Wade has been, and that's going to result in a dead Ekko. However, this is a Darius with 3 bars, and we saw what happened the last time this occurred. Throw's going to be coming down, but we've only got 3 seconds left on the clock. Pop into that ultimate to guarantee a character kill, and I think that actually gives Wade the round.
I do believe so. This is going to have to be INZEM's going to have to make a big play of some kind immediately, but there's no time on the clock. And we call the assist. That assist call is super smart. Not only just because, just another obstacle in the way, but with Jinx, how's she going to hit you? It has to be a projectile. He missed the precedence for you. He dives in front of it.
Yes, was able to body block it, and that also prevents because I think they had to go gunshot hit into super to get enough chip or even damage to guarantee the health go into their favor. So it prevented all possible ways of winning. That's so smart from Wade, and that's showing why they were able to get to that reset. That's showing why they were able to make it up 2-1 right now, but ends up trying to keep the pressure going once again. But this time Wade finding a good hit and baits the burst out, gonna get a full combo with that.
We are getting so much better of a read on this tempo as things go a bit later. For the dash up, it reads the medium, is reading the defensive and offensive options on both sides, but unfortunately a little bit of an overextension with the jump S2.
Down, yeah, even gets enough jab to be able to go through the armor right there, so no need to worry about the less super to be able to shut them down.
That's one of the things you have to remember about down S2. As much as I love it, you can't use it against players who are already committed to a block string against you. It's usually better for bursting out in the mid-range areas of block strings, because if we're chaining light still, we are breaking that armor 100%.
Coming through, and I love this, just being able to use that like zoning play to just shut down any of the projectiles that are coming through. And right now we are just trying to keep these life levels high, but Wade finding a couple hits onto that Jinx. This is gonna be pretty scary for trying to keep it safe, but one big hit from either team will result in a massive swing in momentum right here.
Hey, C-Racker coming through one more time. Another $100 into the match arena. You're crazy for that, brother. Thank you so much.
We appreciate that a lot, and the players will appreciate it as well. Getting rewarded for this, as Wade gets rewarded for this big Darius hit, as the meter forces the breakout now. But this time, I think this goes in INZEM's favor on timeout, but anything is possible, and you always have to be very scared. Yeah, no, it's definitely no.
Yeah, full life was still available for Jinx pretty much that whole time. Not a chance in the world you're going to be able to get the interruption there.
Look, I've seen enough 2S headless to ruin all of my perception. Anything is possible here. 2x KO.
And there's clean. Look at the damage. Look at the scaling because of what it started with. Your life bar.
Gets the rocket extension, be able to use that screen freeze to recognize the situation. Excellent stuff to try to be able to continue the combo, but instead we're going to use our own screen freeze with that handshake tag to throw plus on whiff, throw again. Mix-up gets rolled out of.
Time under hits the Jinx. Not the legal man though. Ahri still dashing around, still controlling space. Tries to go for the dash heavy, fighting Ghost full screen. You're going to get whiff punished for that every single time.
INZEM's in another uphill battle. I think just needs to use this opportunity to build some meter. Got to save that break for the next round. Got to save the bar where you can, unless you can make something big happen, but we'll get this throw going.
It just lands out with that heavy. Again, not much to be done there. I mean, there's no resources to gain from INZEM. You might as well just throw it away. 3 meters on both sides. You already had your burst. Just let it go.
Yeah, you can't allow them more time to build their burst back up. You need to save for it to happen here instead. This time back in, but it's important to note that INZEM is going to be playing a little desperate right now. Wade is on tournament point here, and that's a good start. Yeah, forcing the breakout right now. Send the monkey bomb, send the 2S2 into the head. Let's get that life total going, but will zap gun, forcing the breakout of their own. And now we're in the mix-up, opening him back up. We reset. We were at the core of the onion. We're back at the skin of it.
Yeah, repeating layers. Why not? Time with a flat circle. Here comes the super. Plenty of time. High-low game coming up. It's the overhead that finds the mark, but we have to go for a reset in the end. Nice little throw.
Here finds the hit, but not able to get the extension as that follow-up goes a little off kilter for the direction that they wanted. Big overheads, big damage coming in through.
Versus me with the prime, by the way. Thank you very much. The dash forward, trying to look for the light. Tag ends up coming through. Jinx is behind you. Still gets the fireball and has max distance confirmed. Not much else to show for it here because didn't want to spend the meter, but still great control here in the corner.
And finding another great hit onto this Darius, but forces a tech out, not able to find a hard knockdown or anything like that. Hitting the Ekko outside of this pressure. This Darius is the one that needs to add up a lot of damage onto the board state very easily. Love to see if they can do it, but INZEM finding another good hit, finding a big JH, but can't capitalize on it.
Oh no, you and your boy, everybody gets sniped and now Ekko's in huge trouble.
But delaying the air momentum to be able to get through the chopper at a good time forces the breakout. Taggy right here. There's only 10 seconds left, but you have that level 3 available. Can you find a way?
You got Fury. See, you had to have Furied earlier to be able to kill faster. That was the only possible way there was a chance. On that, the first hit, we had to pop Fury and just see if we could grind through the health faster.
But that's such a hard decision to make at this point in the tournament.
I was going to say, definitely a difficult spot to be in here, especially in the middle of the reset.
Running out once again, finding a great anti-air, being able to utilize that freeze. Keep him locked in place, but this time, though, it's downright Darius for the happy birthday to get a ton of damage onto that Ahri and now onto the Jinx.
Really starting to add up here. Oh, this is really bad. This is a hell of a run from Wade here. INZEM tournament life on the line, has Fury no meter behind it. Things are getting bad here. You cannot go down this round.
We saw them go down at the same point last round and were able to find that comeback that they were looking for. But it's even scarier every time. It's a lot of meter on deck for Wade as well. INZEM needs to just play very patient and not give Wade a big hit that they're looking for.
There's the light. Dash heavy afterwards. There's the throw. Next layer, no, instead we play that mid-range again, using that jump fireball really effectively and able to set up for the punish there. Burst is forced from both players.
Yeah, just the burst into immediate mix-up is always a good way to just guarantee that resource trade right there. And you know Wade wants to make sure that they don't have that burst. That break is so good to prevent the damage that their team bomb wants to do.
And the shoulder tackle, high priority. Wall bounce makes it even easier to confirm as well. Just going to dump the 1 bar just for a little bit extra damage. I like that.
Good hits with the rocket right there, and I like that up back, just trying to bait out the 2S potential or like any kind of assist call that's coming through, but we'll find a throw of our own, and now your Ahri is looking in a very dangerous predicament. So what they want to do is just raw tags in the Jinx.
Oh, it's gonna snipe the assist, take the extra little bit of damage on Darius. Doesn't quite get the punish with Ekko and the tag to Ahri. Ahri's health is very low though, we need to be very careful.
Yeah, we should be able to DHC right here, though, to take them out, keep them safe, and guarantee that Ekko is gone. So you have a full health Jinx versus a near, or about a half health Darius. And now you can make something happen. Oh no, oh no.
Oh, and in the 1v1, I think Darius does just fine here. Once you close that distance, it can be so hard to get away as Jinx. You have to invest all of your resources into, bursting, push blocking. You don't really get to call assists.
Yeah, because everything you do is going to be very scary. However, you got to keep your pressure with that dash cancel and the super follow-up onto the throw. And now you're in a pretty comfy situation that Wade basically has to play perfectly right here. But this is the start that they want.
They hit them, it's over.
Yeah, well, whiffs a grab. Oh. Thought that they were going to stay on the ground after doing just like holding up back and trying to shoot projectiles to zone them out again and again and again. Tags into the Ahri this time for the round start, knowing that the meter deficit is going to be better with her on point. Burst already popped for Wade early on, saying I don't want to deal with that, but now the Ekko's going to be getting hit.
A little too far away there for the actual jump medium. A lot of times the rising normal will be able to catch out, but small body Ekko as well as the distance made that a little more complicated. And a 2H whiffs as well, but no punish.
Yeah, and now there's going to be an appropriate response coming from INZEM with that no punish and able to kill the Ekko. But it is Darius on deck. It is Darius with 3 bars and Wade at match point here.
is going game 5. 100%. Lock yourself in for one more game, gamers. I'm calling it right now.
I'm not saying anything until the big Axeman sings.
I like the jump in. Okay.
He's trying to tuck him down right here. Keeps pressure up. Push blocks out. Super DHC gonna stop the assist tag from coming in from beyond the grave, but now some damage can be added up to this Jinx, and that's a lot of time left on the clock for Wade to make something happen. But this is a good starter that you want to see if you're on Team INZEM. Oh no!
Even after the drop, it's just looking dire here. I feel like, again, if it was another team comp, maybe, but this team is so hard to approach without taking incidental damage. Hold that thought, the burst has to be spent.
Okay, we find the hit, but we don't find the full kill on INZEM yet. We can still find an opportunity to chip him down, but we can also find our health bar going down the drain. Rolls out right here, tries to use the Ekko super, forces the push block out. Super DHC at this health should be enough to keep you alive. We are going to game number 5.
Told you, lock it in all the way to the grand finale. Of course, it's gotta go down to the wire. Oh man, Wade, what a way to be able to secure the reset and get yourself into this position, INZEM, to have the mental fortitude to lose the first set and be down the way that you were and still fight back is actually unbelievable.
Popping it out once more. Finds the shock over onto Ekko, but Darius is our point. Oh, the throw whiffs, but no punish. We were just walking back, expecting to see pressure.
Just jumping backwards there again, having the R assist behind it. Ekko doesn't really have it doesn't really have a way to approach in a moment like that. So instead, the Ahri trying to do the approaching here, but unfortunately catches an elbow for the trouble.
Here, being able to get the start is what you're looking for. Trying to mix them up, but you couldn't find the hard knockdown that you desperately need. And now Wade is going to be utilizing this big damage potential that this team brings to knock Ahri out. And INZEM, you are one character left in this round.
Missed out on the full juggle. Went for the dash under, gets the punish, forces the fury. INZEM's going to try and fight for the round.
Great mix-up right there, though. This is what you need to get the party started against this Ekko.
Oh, that might be the difference maker, though. Wake up, get up attack. Very smart.
Ooh, this is, yeah, should be enough right here. Will spend the meter, so does have to burn some. INZEM choosing to keep theirs for the next round. But that break is almost back for Wade as well with how long that was.
Love the approaching missiles here, especially with the RS behind it. Jumping light, though, into the 3H attempt. Good retreating guard after the 3H.
Good pressure. Mix it one more time, though. INZEM keep it safe. Super DHC, just with the Ahri super this time, trying to get the monkey bomb to come through. Trying to get Chopper to come through. It does anti-air, but we don't have the full pickup just yet.
Oh, we were gonna see an air-to-air there for sure. We're just
yeah.
What is this super jump?
We're just jumping. We're staying in the skies. We know what, like, these players are thinking beyond human comprehension right here. Is gonna catch out some chip damage right here. Oh, was trying to go for a mix on the Darius, but I don't think they realized that the Ekko was actually the point character though.
Oh, after the tracking fireball, ends up getting the stun gun. The dash medium does find the mark. 50 seconds left on the clock, and finally we're starting to get a little bit of action here. Both of them played so reserved for the first portion.
Yeah. But you can't play this reserved forever. Bring out the super right here. Try to bring the Jinx back in. Trying to zone him out. 30 seconds remaining, and Wade has the life deficit on a technicality, and now the hits are coming through and finally adding up. INZEM wants to keep the dream alive.
Super into the switch. Nice use of the 2H is going to fall into the super here, but it's just a little bit of chip. Time again beginning to dwindle, but with a connection like that, we might be good for it. You've got to kill, but Jinx, okay, is gone.
You have 10 seconds left on the clock. Can you find the clean hit that you're looking for? Another chip onto the Darius. Ekko's forced into the corner. The throws whiff. The 2H is going to connect. Fury gets popped right here, but you found the big hit. You have to go to a super confirm right now with the Fury to be able to get the extra damage, but the timeout happens before you can confirm it.
Genius plays.
Wade takes the victory because of it. The stun silence at the end, that was crazy work.